Hi everyone, welcome back to my channel. This is a 15-part video series showing you how to create CABRT house. Let's get started. So to start, let's open a new architecture template. So click on New and then drop down and then click on Architecture Template and then press OK. So as default, we start on level 1 in our floor plan. So here we have this elevation tags, and then we're going to check our template. So I believe we're using millimeters in terms of our dimensions. And then we're using metric here. So now, what you need to do first is to click on Save and save this to the file area that you want to. So I'm gonna click Save. So for now, I'm just gonna name it as House. And then here, before you click Save, click on Option. And here is the amount or number of save files that you want to save. If you're a beginner, you can keep it at 10, and then if you're intermediate or if you want just one, you could just put 1. So for me, I like putting 5 so that if I make a mistake, I can always go back to that folder or file. So now just click on OK and then click on Save. So now that we save our file, let's go and click on the grid line. Grid line is located under Architecture and then around here on the right side. You can even type in GR. So GR is the keyboard shortcut, and you'll be able to add grid line now, but we need to add it. We're gonna start by adding it vertically. So I'm gonna click below around this area in the middle of where the elevation tags are. So I'm gonna click here, going up, and then I'm gonna put in number 1. So number 1 is already added right here. What I usually do is press escape and then escape again, because I could add in multiple grid lines now, and the sequence will be automatic, meaning that once I add 1, the next one will be 2 and 3, and Revit will recognize that. So I'm gonna select the grid line number 1. You can type in CO, or it will be under Modify and this icon. So CO. Now it has this dash line around it, meaning that you'll be able to grab this now and then copy. But before you do that, make sure to check multiple first so that we could add multiple grid lines instantly. So now I'm gonna grab this and then I'm gonna put it on the right side, and then I could type in my dimensions. So I'm gonna put in 4970 2000 for the next one. So that's number 3, and then 482 or 4830. So now I have 1, 2, 3, and 4 grid lines on vertical. I'm gonna press escape multiple times, zoom out, and then next I'm gonna add in my vertical grid line. So again, type in GR. So that's grid line, keyboard shortcut. I'm going to click on the right side first before going to the left. So right, going to the left, and then I'm just going to add it right now, and then press escape multiple times. If you notice, this is number 5, but for us, we're going to change it. So you can actually click on the grid bubble now, and then you can type in capital A, and then now once you copy this and add multiple horizontal grid line, Revit will recognize it again, and it will give you B, C, and D. So now press escape and then escape again, and then select this grid line, click on copy, so type in CO, and then grab it again. I'm gonna pull it down, and then I'm gonna start adding or typing the dimension. So 5300. This will be 3970. Enter. And then we have 5550. So that's the last grid line. Press escape and then escape again. So right now I want my grid line to be fixed around here, or to be moved around here, because it's protruding too much right here. So I'm gonna select one, and if you notice, if you select one of the grid line, there's a dashed line at the back right here, meaning that it's saying that once you move this, if we move it now, all of them will move. So it's just a quick way of aligning everything else. And then because we put it exactly in the middle, if not for you, you just need to select those, and then you can nudge it in place. So you can use your arrow keys in your keyboard to nudge it in place. So here I'm nudging it in place like that, and then press escape and then escape again. Let's add in some dimensions. So here you can type in DI or this icon. Usually these icons are above here, but I just added right here so that everybody can see my screen. So now I'm gonna zoom in, and then I'm gonna click on the grid line one at a time, and then now you put the overall. So those are the dimensions. Again, right here I'm gonna add in dimensions on all grid line, and then add an overall, and then I'm gonna zoom in. These are the grid lines for this. So I'm gonna zoom out, and then now we need to go to our elevation first so that we could fix our levels. So before we add any walls, we need to fix our elevation first, our levels, so that we can let Revit know that I only want it to be on this height to this side. So now I usually click on south elevation, but you can always click anything here. It will be the same. So here I have level 1 in 0, and then we have level 2. So now I'm going to change level 2. I just want it to be at 3000 or 3 meters. So now it's goes down, and then now we're gonna add another one. So you can select this again and then click on copy. So there's multiple ways of adding, and then you can even type. So we could type in 3000 again, and it will create level 3. You can undo that. We're just gonna undo that. There's another way of adding levels. It's under architecture and the icon on the right side, which is the level icon. You can type in LL, and here you can also add it a level 3. And if you notice, it giving you dimensions, and then we could add level 3 instantly. The difference on the first one and this one is because once we create level 3, if you notice, level 3 in the floor plan is instantly added here. If we do the copy, if you notice, once we select that and then just click copy and then type in 3000, if you notice, there's no level 3 right here. So if you do this, the way that you will need to see, or you'll be able to see the level floor plan level 3, is you need to go under view, floor plan, and then select this level 3, and then you'll be able to see it right here. So you can either do both, or you can either do one, but it's up to you. At least you know the difference on when adding just a copied or doing the level itself. So either way, it's good. There's just an extra step when you're doing the copy command right there, but almost the same way. So now here, what I'm gonna do is I'm going to add in another level. So now I'm gonna do the level command, leveling, and I'm just going to zoom in, and I just want to add 600. So negative 600. Press escape and then escape again. The only issue now is it is referring to level 4, which is incorrect. Also, as you can see, this is showing like this. We want to change this a little bit, so I'm gonna select that, and then here you can add elbow. There's gonna be a zigzag, a small zigzag right there. Once you click that, it will create an elbow, and you'll be able to grab this, and you'll be able to stretch it out so that everything is noticeable and nothing is overlapping. Now I want to change this name to ground, so I'm gonna put in ground, all capital. I'm gonna say, would you like to rename corresponding views? If you say yes, it will rename this to ground. If you don't want to, it will just leave it like that. But I'm gonna say yes, and then it will be named as ground, and it will go to a different sequence now. So now, if you notice, if we go to ground, and then if we go to level 3, everything is showing. If you have this grid lines not over, for example, level 3, it will look like this. As you can see, there's no grid line showing right here. So one of the reason for that is because this is not pushed all the way up like so. And this one as well. So now it's showing, and this is showing as well. So those are the things that you just need to stretch out so that everything is showing on your level. So now we can start adding some walls. So we're gonna start off by clicking on wall under architecture. You can even type in WA, and then here what we have is a basic generic wall, 200 millimeters. What you can do is, I know for newer Revit, you don't have the generic model anymore right there. So now you can even click on one of this, edit type, and then duplicate, and then we could just rename it as exterior wall number 1. Press OK, edit, and then here we could delete all of this except the core boundary, structure, and core boundary. Those are the things that you cannot delete here. And then now here, in terms of thickness, I'm going to put it at 200 millimeters, and then in terms of material, let's put gypsum wallboard. After that, press OK, and then OK again. Now we need to set up the height. As you can see, base constraint is level 1, and then top constraint is unconnected. So now here we can change it right here, or you could change it right here as well. So either way it's the same. So I'm gonna change it to up to level 2. Click apply here, and then as you can see, it will be changed here as well. Under here, we also have wall center line, so that's good. And then change is already checked. So we could start adding. So we're gonna add the first wall here at A1. So I'm gonna click A1 up to A4, and then going down right here up to D4, and then we're going to delete this wall later on, but I just want to add this one for now. So what I'm gonna do is I'm going to click up to D2. So D2 is right there, and then here we're just going to pull back around 1750, and then going back again here up to the number 1 grid line, and then after that all the way to A1 again to close it off. Press escape, and then escape again. So we have our exterior wall. We're also going to add an exterior wall right here, so I'm gonna click it again, CS, that's create similar, or this icon. So basically, once you have something that is already put in, it's easy to re-add it. So here I'm gonna use exterior wall again. Instead of me clicking wall again and then looking for dot wall, it's easier to just select that, knowing that I know that's an exterior wall, and then CS, and then here I'm just going to click it from B3, so A3 up to B3, and then going back here to B1. So those are the exterior wall. So we're gonna stop here for now and continue in the next video. Thank you for watching, and I hope you liked the video. Please hit like and subscribe. Feel free to comment down below. Hi everyone, welcome back to my channel. In today's video, we're gonna continue working on part 2 of this house build. Let's get started. So in the previous video, we were able to add the grids, and then we started adding the exterior wall. Now we're gonna continue working on this. One thing that I want to do is to add in the walls right here. So this will be an exterior wall again. I'm gonna select this wall, CS, that's create similar. I'm going to add a wall right here, and then from here we're going to type in TR, that's trim and extend. Basically, under modify, this is the icon for that. I'm gonna select this wall and then this wall, and then now it will be a box in. Like I said, we're going to remove this wall later on, so we're gonna leave it like this for now. Next thing I'm gonna do is I'm gonna add in a nook here. So press escape, select this wall again, CS. I'm going to add something right here, a nook. It will be around 900, and then here I'm going to add it like that for now. Press escape and then escape again. I want this to be around 3350 from this wall. And then now what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna type in TR again, that's trim and extend. I'm going to extend here, and then here I'm going to remove this wall, so trim and extend right here as well. So now I have this nook right here, and then we'll be able to add in another wall right here. So right now I'm gonna select, so we're going to add a wall there, so that will be a wall for interior. And then we're going to add in, so this will be our entrance door, and then here we're going to extend a wall right here as well. So later on we're going to add those. So before we add, we will need to add in another wall that will be an interior wall. So press escape and then escape again, go back to architecture, click on wall. We already have in exterior wall. We could edit this type, duplicate, and then this will be interior wall number 1. Press OK, edit type. We're just gonna leave it at 200 and then leave it at gypsum wallboard, because it's easier to change it later on than to change it now. As of now, we just want it to be all white with that material, and then later on we could assign different materials from there. So here I'm just gonna press OK and then OK again. Like I said, I want to extend a wall right here, so around 700 for that wall. And then here I want to add in another wall, but this wall will be around, let's grab it here, around 2700. And then we could just extend this one a bit up to here. Let's align it. So AL, align it from this wall to this wall. So now everything is aligned. And then after that, we're going to add in a wall right here again, CS, and then wall again right here. So we have this nook right here that we need to have so that we could add in our powder room. So now what we could create is the laundry. So right here I'm planning to add the laundry right here. Let's add in an interior wall, so CS. So we're going to add 2550 wall right here, and then around here we're going to add in another wall going across right here. Select this wall. This wall should be around 1950. So we have this wall 1950, and then create another wall again, CS. This will be from this wall, should be around 2150. So we have a storage, and also we have our washroom right here. Sorry, our laundry right here. And this one will have an access from our carport or garage, depending on how we want this to be modeled. And then what I'm planning to do is to have the kitchen right here, dining, and then we will have our living area here, or our family room. So now we could add in our doors. So we could insert load family and look for door. And then from here, go to residential. And then let's add in an interior door. I like this interior single one panel wood. So let's load this. So I'm gonna click open. And then I'm going to add all of them. So click the ones at the top, scroll down, and then hold on shift and click on the bottom. It will highlight everything. And then now you just need to press OK. And then here it's just saying that there's a large number of loaded families you're loading. Do you want to continue it? And just press yes. Once this is loaded, what you want to do is you can go to architecture, or you can type in DR. So here, this is the door icon, or you can type in DR. That's the keyboard shortcut. Here, once you go drop down, you'll be able to add different sizes of the door that is already preloaded. So here, this will be around 700 by 2000 millimeters. I'm planning to add it on this spot. So I'm gonna go zoom it here, press space bar to change orientation, and then depending on where your crosshair is the side of where you want to put it. So here I'm just gonna add it here, space bar. I want it to go inside again, and then here around in the middle we're going to add in our storage right here. And then from there, let's load in, let's add a washroom right here, the washroom door. So 700 will be suffice. And then here we're going to add in our exterior door, sorry. We could go back here, interior, load family, and then we have different kinds of exterior door. Let's just go with one of this. I like this single entry door. Click on open, and from here I'm gonna be picky. I'm just gonna put in all 2000 height. So 2000 height right here. It's already set up to 900. So 750 to 900, all 2000. I'm gonna load only that. I want to be consistent with the height of the door. So here I'm just gonna press OK, and then you can type in DR again. It will appear instantly. I want to change the size to around 900 just for this door, and then I'm just going to add it like so. So this door is already loaded, and then what we could do is, I want to show that this is a storage area. So what I usually do is I put annotate and then detailed line, and then here thin line is already the default, so I'm just going to add in a default line like so, and then depends on what you want and how you like this the sizing. And then after that I add another one, or I add a different line. I want to use the demolish line because it's a dash line. So here I'm just adding the demolish line just to show that there is some shelving around here. This one I'm just going to put it on the side. If you want to align this properly, you can always type in AL, that's align under modify, this icon, and then here you could align it so that everything is linear. So here you can even push this one right here if you want to, and then there. Another thing that we're gonna do, I could add in a closet here, or just a bench. Just to show that, I'm just going to add in this line. So we have some bench here. In order to add in a closet here, what we could do is, I'm going to create another wall. So I'm going to create an interior wall. I'm going to call it wall number 2. So edit type, duplicate, and then here what we could do is we could just leave it as wall number 2, edit type, and then here we're going to change the thickness to 100. Press OK, and then OK again. And then here what I'm gonna do is CS, and then I'm just gonna add something like here. We can push this back a little bit like that. Unfortunately, this one, I'm just gonna pull this back a little bit. CS, I'm just going to add it like that, and then I'm just going to attach it again. TR, trim and extend, and then I'm just gonna put this back to 1 because I wasn't planning on doing that. So now after that, go to insert, load family, and let's attach the sliding door. So here we have the sliding door. Want to press OK, and then I usually just load everything again and then press OK, and then DR for the door, and then usually we have the smallest one that they have, and let's add that one as well. Press escape and then escape again. Let's add in the line. So I'm gonna add a demolish line, 2 of them, CS, and then I usually add 2 lines to represent the rod. Press escape and then escape again. What we could do again here is we could load in the faucet or the vanity and then the toilet. So let's load family, go back to the main, and then here let's go to plumbing, architecture, and then fixtures. We have water closet, and then here we have domestic. I'm just gonna use 2D. Press open, and then CM. So CM, every time that you added something, you should add it one at a time. So load any family one at a time, and then keep on adding it automatically, because once you do, if you don't do that, you will need to go back here under architecture, and then you will need to click on component again. And sometimes once you add so many, it's hard to look for it. You can search it, but do you really know all the names? Like for this instance, we have M underscore toilet underscore domestic. So sometimes it will not show instantly. So my suggestion is to add, insert, or load a family one at a time, and then automatically add it to your model. So now let's go back to insert, load family, and then let's add in some sink, and then we have vanity right here. We're gonna choose the round and then click open, and then here I'm going to type in CM, spacebar to change orientation, and then let's add it right about here. And then here we could nudge it more there. We can nudge this one right here so that we could push this one a bit more. And then after that, let's add the same line, the thin line CS, and then here we could just add the line right here to represent the top. There we go. So we have enough space for our powder room right here. In terms of here, we could add in our laundry. So click on load family, go back here, go back to the main, and then we have specialty equipment, domestic, and then mid-range, and then we have our dryer, and then we have a combo right here, washer and dryer combo. Let's add that. So click on open, CM again, and then we have our washer and dryer right here. Let's add it right about here, and then let's nudge this a bit upwards. I don't like the labels right here, so what I'm gonna do is I'm going to click on edit type and then uncheck show label. So once you do, click apply and then OK, and then we have our washer and dryer combo right here. And then obviously we need to add in a sink beside it. So let's go and load a sink again. It's under plumbing again, architecture, fixture, and then sink. And then let's look for something that is appropriate for that. I'm going to add this one. Click on open, CM, and then let's add it right beside it. And then what we're gonna do is we're actually going to add in, so here I'm just going to extend this to this space so that everything looks proper. We still have space for storage right there. And then here I'm going to add a line again, CS, and then here this line will represent the top right here. And you want to make sure that everything is aligned properly, so should be like that. And then that represent the washer and dryer, and then the laundry space right here. And then we could add in a storage right here at the top. And then we maximize the space right here. Let's align this AL and then align this all together. So that looks good. So let's stop here for now and continue on the next video. Thank you for watching, and I hope you liked the video. Please hit like and subscribe. feel free to comment down below. Hi everyone, welcome back to my channel. In today's video, we're going to continue working on part 3 of this house build. Let's get started. So in the previous video, we were able to finish the powder room and then the laundry room, and then we have some storage here or pantry. So now we're going to continue working on this. I want to start adding the kitchen area right here. I'm planning to add a linear kitchen right about here, and then we will have a island right here and then the dining area here. So now what I'm gonna do is I'm going to click on section here. Section will provide us an elevation, and then it will give us a better look when we're creating our kitchen right here. So here I'm just going to flip it around. So here we have this flip section, and then we could just put it like so. If we click on this, it will show the door right here and then our wall, and then from here we could add in the top cabinets, and then from the bottom we're going to add it from here. So now we're gonna continue here. First, I'm planning to add our kitchen sink. So here I'm gonna load. We're already in the sink, so here we're just going to add in. So if you don't know where to find this, it's under plumbing. So go to plumbing, architecture, fixtures, and then sink, and then we have some kitchen sinks right here that we could add. So now here we're going to add this big single kitchen sink. I'm going to click on open and then CM. We're going to add it in the middle, right? So I'm going to add it right here, and then we're going to add the fridge. So load family, go back here to the main, look for specialty equipment, domestic, and then here mid-range, and then we have some fridge right here. So we're gonna add one of this, or it's up to you which one you're gonna choose. I'm gonna choose this one. So I'm gonna click open, CM, and then add the fridge right about here. Spacebar to change orientation. So I'm just gonna give it a nudge because I'm planning to add a casing for this. Let's click on edit type again. I don't want to show the label, so it's distracting me, so I rather have this, and then here I'm moving everything else. So from here let's add in the case, so the base. So let's go to here under architecture, drop down, model in place, and then look for generic model, and then from here press OK. This will be, you can change it, you can put kitchen base, case, or whatever. I'm just gonna leave this name like that so it's easier for me. And then here I'm gonna click on extrusion, and then I'm going to change the material, and then from here you assign your materials. I'm going to choose a wood material first, so I'm going to choose a wood materials for all of them, and then here I'm just going to choose mahogany first. Click apply and then OK. And then from here we could put rectangle. You can, if you know the extrusion end, usually 900. If you don't, we could pull it up. That's why it's easy to use model in place, because it's easy to pull it up. But right now we know that this is up to 900. So here I'm going to add this one. So this is the base. If you click finish, and then if we see in 3D, and then as you can see, it is exactly right there. We're still going to add a top, but before we add the top, we need to add the kick plate. So to do that, I'm going to edit, or we need to create again. Don't click finish yet, because you're gonna completely finish the model in place. What you need to do is just from here, we finished the extrusion, but now we're going to void some part here. So click void sweep, and then we pick the path. So I'm gonna choose this one, and then from here click on finish, and then click on sweep again, and then click edit profile. So you need to do those sequencing so that you show this one. Now you need to click on rectangle, and then from here we need to create our kick plate. Mostly I'm gonna put 100 right here, and then here I'm going to just put 50 to make it simple, and so that you guys can remember easily. And then here click on finish, go back here, click finish again, and then before you don't do anything anymore, you can click on cut geometry and it will cut, as you can see. And then we know that we're going to add a case here, so we're going to move this one a bit, not too much right here. So here we're still right here. Now we're going to add the top. So create extrusion rectangle, and then we need to start from 900, and then we need to end it 925, so 25 millimeters or 1 inch. This one we need to change the material, and we need to add a stone material. So stone, we could use this to make it easier for us to remember, and then press OK. And then now let's just add a stone at the top. Click on finish, and then let's look at it at 3D. And as you can see, it's just a little bit at the top. So what we need to do is we need to go back to section, and then we need to just click on finish right here. We could just edit that later on. So here we could just nudge it in place. I usually like going past, and then AL, I'm going to align it, so it's easier for me. I know it's really flush. If we look at it at 3D right now, basically this is over this one, and we need to create a void again. So now what we need to do is go back to level 1, and then here we need to select this again to edit, and then to create another void, and this one is just a void extrusion. So this void extrusion, we want it to be around this part. We want it to be over so that it's not blinking, because if anything is overlapping, exactly overlapping each other, it's gonna keep on blinking when you put it in Twinmotion, and that's the effect of overlapping. As you can see here, that's the blinking that I'm referring to, because it's just overlapping each other. Now I'm just pulling this out, and then I'm gonna click on cut geometry, and then as you can see the hole now there. We can see it better if I change it to consistent. Before, it's nothing because there's no void. It was looking like this only. So now everything is good. We can pull this back in hidden. So it depends on you how you want it to look. Now what I'm gonna do is I'm going to add in a case here. I'm gonna add the case under section because I want to see everything. So here we could finish this now. We're not yet done, but we could finish this because we already voided the same generic model that we created. So now here we're just going to nudge this using our keyboard shortcut, and then we just need to add a case right here. So now go back to architecture, go to drop down model in place, and then another generic model. This will be generic model number 2, and then here press OK. Click on extrusion, pick a plane, and then we're going to select this wall. And then now once we select the wall, this will appear, and then you'll be able to create. So now it will extrude from the wall now, but when we're doing this one, we were in level 1, and the extrusion part, or where we set it, is in the ground or level 1. So that's why it's going up. This is going from the wall. So now let's add in a different material. I'm gonna put in a different stone, and then here I'm going to choose this one, click apply, OK, and then here I'm just going to put 0, and then here I'm just going to put 250 again. For now, that's just the default 250 because we don't know how we're going to extrude it, and then it's easy for us to extrude it manually. And then now click right here, and then we could start. I'm going to add the shape first, and then after that I'm gonna shape it right here. I know in this one it's gonna overlap, but we're just going to delete it. Here I'm going to put it around this height. I want it to be around, let's put this one around 2500, because once we add a floor, the floor will be minus 200, because the thickness of the floor will be 200. That's what I'm gonna set. So instead of this going from the floor going above, it will be around 2800 only. So now I'm still planning to add in something here so that we could add in some design. So I'm going to click on finish. We need to delete now this one. That's what we forgot to do. And then here what I'm gonna do is SL, that's split element. This is the icon right here. And then now TR, we're gonna trim this first, and then trim this again. Trim this first, and then trim this part again. So now this is just a casing now. Once we click finish, if we go to 3D, there's still room so that we could just extend this one. Now it's looking like it is built in for that space. So now we could just click on finish on that. So next thing we're gonna do is we're gonna come back to section, and then I want to add in the top cabinets. So here, let's go back to architecture, drop down, model in place. Let's save this first, and then go to generic model again. This will be number 3, and then now I'm gonna go to extrusion again, pick a plane. I'm gonna choose this plane so that we could do it the same thing as this, going front, but it's going to be a different material, like the ones that we did below, a wood, but a different kind of wood. So let's go with maple glossy. Click apply, OK. And then here we're going to add a rectangle. In terms of extrusion, we're probably just going to put it at around 400 or 500 just to be enough. And then here we're going to add our cabinet. What I'm gonna do is I'm going to align it to this top, AL. I'm going to align this, and then here I'm just going to drop this. I'm probably going to put this one around 600 or around 650 for the height. So once you're happy with this, you could go ahead and click on finish, and then if we see it in 3D, it will look like that. We could even start adding the cabinets right here. So let's go back to section. Knowing that we already have this, I'm probably going to edit this again, edit this extrusion. We probably need to change this to 700 or 750. I want it to be like that. Click on finish, and then again click on create, and then here I'm going to create another extrusion, but we're going to pick a plane. We're going to pick this plane so that we could have a cabinet right here. In terms of extrusion, we're going to put this one as around 25 only. And then here we're gonna set the same materials as what we have in the case. So what I usually do is click on rectangle, and then I create an offset which is 10, and then here I'm going to click at the corner, and then knowing that there's an extrusion, space bar or an offset, and then here I want it to be offset, and it will be inside of this, not outside like earlier. So I'm happy with this. Then I'm going to add a line. I'm going to change or make the offset 0, and let's add it in the middle. And then from here, click here, and then offset this one to 5, so that we will have 10 millimeters. Exact dimensions as the edges. And then after this, from here, I'm just going to copy this. So copy command CO, and then here we're just going to copy it in the middle of this. We could probably add, so here we have this width, so around 1400, and then the 1400 we can divide it by 3. So 1400 divided by 3, it's around 460. So let's just put 460 right here, and then 460 again right there. At the same time, let's do it at the other side. But what I'm gonna do is I'm going to select this, and then let's do a mirror. So here I'm just gonna mirror draw, and now we have it on the side as well. And then after that, SL, that's split. So we need to split right here, and then at the top, so all the way from the bottom, we're gonna split all of this. And then after that, we're going to trim it. And then TR, so trim and extend. So each and every one, just trim and extend. If you miss something, Revit will let you know anyway. So there's going to be an error message on the bottom, and then if you click show, it will show you where you miss it. So it's very good. It lets you know where you made a mistake and how to fix it. And then now you just need to click finish, and then we have our cabinets at the top. So we're gonna stop here for now and continue on the next video. Thank you for watching, and I hope you liked the video. Please hit like and subscribe. Feel free to comment down below. Hi everyone, welcome back to my channel. In today's video, we're gonna continue working on part 4 of this house build. Let's get started. So in the previous video, we were able to start the kitchen. Now we're gonna continue working on this. Let's go back to section, and we're going to create or edit this part. I'm gonna add in a void there. So here in section, I'm gonna select this. So we have edit in place, and then select this. We're going to create a void. So I'm just going to click on create, and then click on void, and then here void extrusion. And then we're going to pick the plane, and we're gonna select this plane right here. And then from here, we can add in a rectangle, and then from here we're gonna create an offset. So we're gonna offset this probably around 100 or 50. Let's do 50 for now and see how it looks. And then from 50, I think this is the best look that we have. So from corner to corner, we're going to add that, so that we could just do it similar to the others. I'm gonna redo this part. And then let's do this again. Click on offset 50, and then offset at the corner, spacebar if your offset is from the outside and you want it to be in the inside. And then once you do finish, from the start to the end, we want it to be -5. So after that, click on apply, and then click finish. And then here we could go to 3D, and then here we could just go and click cut geometry. And then cut geometry, and then click finish. It's not showing, so we're gonna undo that, and then click on this extrusion. I want to start it at 5 instead. So now it's just going over, so it's not something that is visible if it's just on its plane. So cut geometry, and then as you can see, we can see the indented part, and it looks like a modern kitchen cabinet. So let's go back to section again, and then we're just going to add the one at the top. Same thing. Let's go to architecture, drop down model in place, and then click on generic model. That's number 4, and then this will be just a simple extrusion. We're going to pick the plane, and this will be the plane that we're going to use. Click on rectangle, and then here we're going to just use this, and then I know we need to just do 300 because we need to leave the 200 for the floor right here, for the space there. So I'm good with this, and then make sure to extrusion to be around, let's see, 200 first, or 600, and then we could just edit that later on. We want to make sure to change the materials right here, and then I'm just going to add in maybe concrete, apply, okay, and then okay, and then let's look at it at 3D. So I'm gonna push it more right here, so we have some space right here, and that looks nice. We could add in some strip lights or some spotlight right there. So we can click finish. Then again, we need to finish the base cabinet. So let's go back to section, and here we could select this and edit in place. Now we're going to create this extrusion, pick a plane, and then we're going to choose this plane. After that, we're going to do the same thing at the top. We're going to select rectangle, and then here we want it to be 25, extruded 25 inch. I believe it should be less, but let's just leave it like that, 25. And then here we're going to put in mahogany. As I remember, that's our wood that we put, or the finish that we put on the base cabinet. I do rectangle here, offset 10 millimeters, and then go from the inside. And then let's go to the corner right here. And then once you have the corner, let's add in the middle part without any offset. And then here, let's add in the offset. Then what I'm gonna do is, I'm just going to center this a bit from the faucet. And then from here, I'm just going to create the offset of 10 again. And then once I'm happy with this, I'm just going to copy this and then just estimate it around here, because I'm gonna add in some drawers. And then here I'm just going to eyeball it, and then I'm going to add some lines right here as well, and then offset this to 10. And then I'm just going to copy this to add more, and then add here as well, but I'm going to align it from what we did earlier. I'm just giving it some space, and then here I'm just gonna look for the midpoint, and then from there I'm gonna offset that AL. So I'm going to align it now, and then align this, align this, and then align that, and then offset this again, 10. And then after this, now we could start split face or split element. So let's split element all of this in order for us to add and have separation. So I'm gonna do the ones at the top first again and work my way down so that we're able to do everything all at once. And then now I could concentrate below. This is the tedious part, but once we're done this, it will look nicer. So now TR to trim and extend all the corners. So like I said again, if you miss one, Revit will let you know, and it will show you where you messed up. And then let's go and fix the one at the top first and work around that. So just be patient on this. And then let's do this as well in the middle. Okay, I think I'm finished. And then I could click on finish here, and as you can see, everything is looking good. Now don't click on finish again. We could straight and create the void now. So void extrusion, it will ask you to pick a plane, and then we're gonna choose this plane, similar to what we did at the top. And then here, same offset, -5 and then 5. And then here we're going to click on rectangle and then offset 50, and then similar to that, corner to corner, spacebar, so that it will go from the inside. Just going to double check if this is aligned. So I'm just going to just redo this because I noticed that I didn't click on the corner. So spacebar again, make sure to click on the corner. If not, just redo it. Just adding all of this now. And then lastly, let's add it right here. And then we're ready. So click on finish and then go to 3D to see the change, and then click on cut geometry, and then now everything looks nice. And then click finish again. So that's how it looks. The one thing that I notice is there's still some gap here, so I'm gonna use align AL, and I'm gonna use my judgment that I'm hitting on the side right here and then from this side. So now this looks really good. Also, what I'm gonna do is I'm going to align it from this face and then up to this face, because we added 25, so everything is at least flushed, so it's not indented a little bit. So that looks good. So I'm gonna provide you with a link. This link will provide you with all extra family. It will be the handle, so once you download that, you'll be able to add in the handles. I created this handle and it's a face-based family. You could just, once you download it, you could just drag and drop, similar to what I'm doing. Drag and drop, and then it will load, and then as you can see, it will go to the specific face that you want to. So as you can see, this is extruded on different size, and you can even put it anywhere else, so it's very convenient. So this will be provided as well. So I'm gonna click on section, and then here I'm gonna press spacebar, and then I'm just going to add it right about there. Once I add it there, I could just move ahead and then just add it right about here. I'm adding it right there so that I could move it above later on, and then here as well. So I'm just adding it those. Obviously we're going to add it here as well. I'm estimating it somewhere around here, and then here again. I want to be consistent, so what I'm gonna do is I'm just going to add one, mirror it. I'm gonna mirror this one, and from the midpoint. There we go. And then I'm going to select both of this and then just copy from the corner, so that I could just copy it from there, and everything is good. From here, I'm just going to move this one right there in the middle, select that, and then type in CO to copy, and then I'm just going to click it and then add it from the midpoint right here. Same goes here. Once I move it to the desired location, I could click on copy and then add it where I want to. I'm gonna select that CS so that I could add it instantly, and then I'm just going to add it right there again. And then you could even align it all together. The ones right here at the top, and maybe right here as well. It's also aligned. Right now, I'm just going to select that CO and then grab it from there and just add it from the corner. So now everything is aligned. This is just a face there. We don't need to add a drawer handles there. And then here we could also do that same idea. I'm gonna select this. I just want it to be somewhere in the midpoint, so that I could just select, copy, grab it from the corner, and then just add it, and then add it right here. So everything looks nice and good right now. If we see it in 3D, it will look like that. So before we finish, I want to add a backsplash. So I'm gonna do is go to section and then click on model in place again. This will be generic model again, and then this one will be an extrusion. I'm gonna pick the plane, which is this wall again, and then here I just want 10, and then here will be 0. I want it to be flat, and then I'm going to add the tile. So tile. So if we don't have tile, we can put mosaic. And if it's not there, we could go to tile, maybe ceramic tile, or yeah, this one, tile mosaic. Click apply, okay, and then here let's just put a rectangle, and it will be from corner to corner, and then click on finish. But we need to go add it from the side now. So if you see it, we want to add it from this side all the way up. So how I'm gonna do that is I'm gonna go back to level 1, and then we could add in, so we could click finish and then add in another section facing on the other side. So facing like that, that will be section number 2. And then here I could select this, edit in place, click on create, extrusion, pick a plane, it will be on this wall. So click on rectangle, I'm going to select from this wall, and then we could just align it AL, align it at the top right there, and then align it from here. And then we could just add this one, going up. And then here we could just delete this, TR, trim and extend. And then we're good. So click finish, and then finish, and then that's how we're going to aerate our kitchen. So we're gonna continue this on the next video. So thank you for watching, and I hope you liked the video. Please hit like and subscribe. Feel free to comment down below. Hi everyone, welcome back to my channel. In today's video, we're gonna continue working on part 5 of this house build. Let's get started. So in the last video, we were able to finish this part. Now we're gonna continue by adding the island. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna go to level 1, And then from here, we're gonna create the island. So let's go to architecture and then click around here, model in place, drop down, and then here, generic model. I'm just gonna press OK, and you can even put or rename it as island, but for me, I'm just going to use that name right now. And then after that, we're going to create and then click on extrusion, and then here, rectangle. In terms of extrusion, I'm going to put it at 900 and then from 0, so it will be set on the level 1. So if you even wants to see it, you can show it, and this is on level 1. So that's how you determine where you set it. In terms of material, we're going to put a material right here, and then we're going to put it as a wood material, and I'm just gonna choose one of this and then click apply and then OK, and then now we can start adding our, we're gonna use rectangle, and then we're gonna start adding our kitchen island. I'm just going to add it like that, and then this will be around 1500 is good enough for me, and then around 3200, so that we have enough space for this one. After that, once you're happy with your width and depth, you can click on finish, and then let's look at it at 3D, and then here it's just a box like that, same height as the top right here. We're still gonna add a top again, but right now what I'm gonna do is I'm going to add in the kick plate here. So here what we're gonna do is we're going to click on create again, and then click on void, drop down, and then here we're gonna click on void sweep. We're gonna pick the path, which is what we're doing right now, picking the path around here. If you don't want to, well, we don't need to, because we don't need to add the ones near the wall or beside the wall, because it's not going to be visible anyway. So once you're happy with that, click on the finish, and then click on modify again to show this, and then click on edit profile, and then here this is where we're gonna add the rectangle again, similar to the kick plate. So I want it to be 100, and then here for the depth around 50 is good enough, and then click finish, and then go back here and then click finish. If you want to see it, now you need to click on cut geometry, and then there is your kick plate there. Now you need to click on finish. Oh no, sorry, before you click finish, we could also add in the top. So now I'm gonna add the top. So click on create, click on extrusion. Now you need to select this extrusion, or we need to set this. So we're gonna force it, we're gonna manually set it to the location. So now we're gonna pick a plane, press OK, and then select this faced. And then here we're gonna change this to 25 because that's the thickness that we want for our top. And then here we're going to change this to the stone again. So we're gonna use fieldstone. I believe that's the one that we use right here. So replace, and then same thing, click apply, and then OK. Now we need to set it at the top right here. It will be just the same width and depth, and then click on finish, and then once we see it right there, it will be just at the top there. So now we could just click on finish to finish that part. We need to load the range hood and then the cooktop. So now let's go back to level 1 because that's where we're gonna add that. Go to insert, load family, and then we need to be on the specialty equipment, which we are, but I want to show everybody where it is. So it's specialty equipment, domestic, and then mid-range, and probably we could choose one of this cooktop. It depends on what you want to add. I'm just going to add this electric or this cooktop gas. It looks much better with the grill. And then here type in CM, and then the cooktop is showing. I'm gonna put it on the edge a little bit in the middle, and then I'm just going to manually add it there. I don't want the label again, so I'm going to select that, edit type, and then uncheck this show label, press OK. Now we're going to load in the range hood. So here click on this again, and then I believe the range hood is at the back here, which is in the high end, and then after that I believe the one for the island range hood. Click on open, and then CM again, and then here we just need to place the vent below here. So once it's placed there, we need to change the elevation of that, but before that I want to select that and then remove the label because it's distracting us. And then here we already set up one of the section. This is section number 1. You can double click, but we already have it. Here we can see that there is a silhouette of the range hood, so you can just select that, and then you could use your arrow key to move it upwards. So I'm just gonna use this to move it above. So I'm just gonna pull it up like so, like that, and I'm happy with how it looks. So that's looking good. If you notice, it's not showing all the grills. That's because we need to be in the fine detail so that this will show. And even for the doorknobs, it was in medium first, it's not showing, but you need to be in fine in order to show all the details. Usually manufacturer hides those so that it doesn't become too much for the computer graphics. It will load faster and everything like that. So that's why they do this. So now what we could do is we could load in the dining area and then the living area. So now let's go and click on load, go back to the main, and then click on furniture. Here we could click on table. For the table, I want to add a rectangular table. This one will be good. I'm gonna click on open, and then CM, and then I could place it here for now. And then here this is bothering me, so we can actually just delete this now. If we need it, we could add one again, but it looks like we don't need it at the moment, so we could just delete that. And then here you can select this dining, and then as you can see, there's a lot of preloaded dimensions or sizes. Let's try this one. It's still looking too small for me, so what I'm gonna do is I'm going to edit, I'm going to duplicate this, and this I'm gonna call it dining table, so that I know that this is the one that I'm gonna edit. In terms of width, I'm going to change this to around 1200, and then the length, I'm gonna put it at 2000. So that's how easy to change or to create another table if you have a good family or block, because sometimes some of the blocks it's hard to change it. You need to actually change it here in to edit family, and you will need to do everything. So here I'm just still gonna change it. I want the length now to be around 2500. I think we could do better in terms of the length, and this one it's a lot better, so I'm happy with this. And then now we can add in our chairs. So we need to go back here, go to seating, and then we need to add this one. Click on open, and then CM again, and then now we could add on one side first, and then once we add it on this other one side, we could add for the second side, and then use mirror command to be precise. So capitalize on the mirror command, and then here let's load more. Let's add in this one. This will be the bench or the bar height chair. So I'm gonna use this just to show that we have a bar height here. And then what I'm gonna do is I'm going to add something, an overhang, so that it doesn't look like that. So here I'm going to select and then select this in order to have an overhang, and then just imagine this is a lot taller. So now if we're in level 1, it will look like this. There's an overhang with the table. So I'm happy with that as well. And then let's add in some seating right here. So let's load on the family again, and then one thing that we're going to add is the Corbeau sofa and Corbeau chair. So I'm gonna load in the Corbeau sofa first, click on open, CM, and then I'm going to add it right there. So I'm gonna add it right here, and then press escape, and then load the chair as well. Click on open, and then CM, and then let's load it right about here. Then obviously we could extend this more. I like to extend this in order for us to have a credenza on this. So I'm just going to put this one around 1200 from this line, which is the C grid. So that is a nice addition. And then this one is around 3000 will be good enough. So 3000, and then I'm just going to add it right here. And then we could just have a bench here. And then I'm going to add a credenza right now. So load here, go back, and then we could add in a storage. And then we have a credenza right here. Click on open, and then CM, and then add in a credenza right there, and that's looking really nice. I want to align it so that it's fixed right here. And then now what I'm gonna do is I'm going to extend this. So here I'm gonna select this edit type. We have just a sofa here. There's only one. I'm just gonna duplicate this. I don't want to ruin the first dimension. So here I'm going to change this dimension to around probably 3000. Let's see how it looks. And then in terms of 3000, I think I'm good with the 3000 length. I think it's good enough length for a coverage. And then here I'm going to edit this again, and then in terms of depth, I think this depth can do better, around 800. So that's good, around 800. And then as you can see, we have enough room here to go around. And then here we can just move this one maybe around here. And then here I'm going to edit this the length a little bit. So 2850. I want to add an end table right about here. So that's why I wanted to put in some space there. And then let's click on load, and then go back, and then table, and then we could just add a side or night table, side table. Click on CM, and then add it right about here. And then we could just move it a little bit there so that we have spacing. Click on load. I want to add a coffee table, so we have a coffee table right here. And then click on load again, CM, just add it first, and we could edit again. Select this one. We have, I believe, 3. Let's see the biggest one. We need to click on spacebar to change orientation. And this one, this looks nice on the area, so I'm just gonna leave it like that. Then we're just going to add in some lighting here. So click on load, go back to the main, and then go to lighting, architecture, internal, and then let's look for, we're gonna add a table lamp. So we have a table lamp right here. I'm gonna use this. Click on open, and then type in CM. I'm going to add it here for now. I know it's not showing, but if we create a section, we'll be able to see how it looks and how much we're going to change it. So here what I do is I use align AL, select here, and then select the bottom of the table or the table lamp, and then it will automatically go up to the correct elevation. So here you won't be able to guess it's 762. So you really need to know create a section in order for those ones, so that you will know. So now we don't need this anymore. We just want to find out how high it is to be added at the top there. So for now, we're gonna finish here and continue on the next video. So thank you for watching, and I hope you liked the video. Please hit like and subscribe. Feel free to comment down below. Hi everyone, welcome back to my channel. In this video, we're gonna continue working on part 6 of this house build. Let's get started. So in the last video, we were able to finish the kitchen. We already added this, and then we also added the island and then some of the furniture. Now we're gonna continue working on this by going to level 1. What I want to do here is to add the entertainment system or entertainment. So here I'm just gonna move it a little bit right here, and I think I need to make this one shorter. So in terms of width, I want to put it around 2600 instead, so that we have enough room right here. So I'm happy with the spacing now, knowing that I could add the entertainment system right here. So before we add it, or before we insert it, I want to check the dimension. So here I just tap in on my tab so that to be able to have it onto this side of the wall. So here as well, I'm clicking on that. This is 4970. So now let's go to insert, load family, and then go back to the main, and then here go to furniture, and then storage, and then here we have entertainment center. Click on open, and then CM, and then let's add it. So click on spacebar and let's add it right here. Click on that, edit type. We have some, basically 2 of the dimensions right here. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna duplicate it again. This will be entertainment center. So I'm gonna put it there. Click on that. Now I know the height should be around 2800 minus 200 for the floor. And then here, if you notice, it wasn't aligned here, so I'm gonna align it again using AL and then edit this. So now I know 4970 is the width, so I'm going to edit this again. So width, the height, the width, 4970, and then the depth, I want it to be 500 instead. So now I have this one. I'm going to align it again, AL, and then right here. So now it's snuggled there perfectly. If you want to see where the center is, you can create a section, and then from that section we could see what it looks like. So now it looks like this. Let's edit this one again, and then here center width, let's make it around 3000. If it's too much, we could edit this again, and then let's change this to around 2500. Click apply, okay, and then I think this is good enough. We can then add in a TV. So load family, go back to one spot, and then here we have a flat screen TV. Click on open, CM, and then spacebar, add it right in the middle, and then go back to section, and then here you can see how it looks. AL on this, and then right here AL. I want to just put it up first so that we could see the base, and then from here we're gonna snug it in and then change the dimension right here. So edit type, we have different kinds of size already, but I want to make it bigger. So here I'm gonna edit, duplicate, I'm just gonna name it TV, and then here diagonal, let's make it around 3000. So let's put it at 2300. There we go. So now we could just move it like that, and then it's kinda in the center. So I'm happy with what we've done here. We can now delete this and then delete this as well. We can just press OK on that and then click on save. Now next thing we're gonna do is we're going to add the sliding door. So the sliding door is in the same folder. It's basically right here. You just need to download it. Once you download it, just drag and drop from the downloads folder, and then once you drag it, here I'm dragging it for the first time, it will upgrade itself, and then once it's ready to, or once it's been upgraded, we could add it right here, and then from here we're going to determine the size or the width. So just wait for it to be upgraded, and you will know once you have it. So now here we could actually add it, but I'm gonna add it here for now, because if I add this one right here, it will show me some error and it won't let me add it because it's too much width for the base. So now we have this 5300. We can select that and then edit this. We could now then sliding door width should be around, I said 5300. So we could do 50 or 5000. Let's do 5000 so that we have some gap on the sides and it's not in too much. So here I'm gonna select that CS, and then here I'm just going to add this one right about there. I'm gonna flip it where the handle is, and then here we could this one we could delete this one now. Select this again, and then we're going to fix this a little bit. You could, if you want to be open, you just need to click on that to be open, and then you need to click on edit. We need to change some of the here. So here 0 gap, so just put 0 on those, and then I believe that's good enough. Click apply and then OK. And then this is still, there's a gap here, so right here insert 0. So now it looks like this. It still looks good, especially when it's nugget like that and we have some gap. It's not over too much right here, so that's good. So I'm happy with how it looks. at least you'll be able to go to your backyard once you do. And then obviously we still need to add some glass here, some windows. So we're gonna do that right now. So go to architecture, click on wall, and then go to drop down, click on curtain wall, and then here what we could do is we're going to add the curtain wall right about here, space bar, because I want it to be from the inside, not from the outside. As you can see, it automatically go about that. I still want some gap because I don't want it to be looking like it's all the way right here. It still needs some support. So after this, I'm gonna click on cut geometry. You need to select the wall first and then the curtain wall. Once you finish that, let's look at it at 3D, and it's looking like that. We need to drop it down a little bit. For this one, the height is, let's see what's the height on this one. For the height is 2400 sliding door. So we're gonna maintain that 2400, knowing that there's 200 going down here, so there's a little bit of gap to show that there's a wall there. So here what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna select this one again, and then we need to minus 600. So now that everything will be leveled, so that's what we're gonna do. And then after this, we could then add the curtain grid so that we could place our mullion. So it's under architecture, and then here you can click on curtain grid. Just stick to all segment, and then here what we're gonna do is it provides you with the midpoint. So here I think it's easier to show it from the bottom. So here the midpoint is 3250, similar to the other side. So it's basically providing the midpoint. So I usually like to see the midpoint first, and then we could divide that again if we want to the middle, or divide it by 3. So we could basically do divided by 3. It's basically snapping. So here it's saying the same thing, 1083.3 on all of 3. So that's how you do it. It's basically snapping if you want to divide 3 of them. So it's snapping like that. So I kind of like that. And then here what we're gonna do is go back to architecture and now click on mullion, and then I'm usually gonna put all grid, but we need to change this. Instead of 50 by 150, we need to 50 by 65 rectangular mullion. And then after that, just simply select here, and then as you can see, we have our curtain wall right here, and that looks nice. One thing that I want to edit from here is, instead of this one to be bench, I want to change it or to move it right here. The reason for that is so that we could add a curtain wall here or a window so that natural light can come in. I think that's the best way of doing this. So now what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna select this CS, and then here I'm just going to add it right there, and then here the sliding door CS again, and then here the line CS, and then just add it in the middle, and then there's 2 of them. And then now we could just remove this and then remove the lines. And then now we have more space here. We could just add in a bench. So here we're going to just go to insert, load family, and then now seating, and then we have a locker room bench. That's a perfect one for this space, CM. And then here we could just add it like that. We could align it properly. I'm just going to show this AL and then click it like that. And then now we'll be able to add curtain wall. So I'm just going to select this CS, and then here we could just add it. I'm gonna add 3 of the same thing. So select this CO to copy, and then 600. So the spacing is 600, and then I'm going to select all of them and then move it, just eyeballing it in the middle. Same thing right here, CS. We're going to add a window at the top portion only, and then here as well, so that there's some natural light coming in. And then here what we could do is we could show the stairs, because we're gonna add a stairs right here as well. But before that, let's finish the windows on the first, and then let's add the floor. So here, click on cut geometry, wall first, and then window, wall first, window, wall first, window. So that's the step that you need to do so that you can cut it properly. Because that I copy here, all of them copy the same height, but obviously we need to pull this one up because we just want it at the top level like that. Then I'm going to align the same height right here and then up to there. For this part, I'm just going to move it a little bit at the top, just give it some height, and then AL again, and then do the same height on all of them. So I'm happy with that as well. And then here we could just delete this. So I'm gonna delete that now. And then as you can see, this one looks nice now. And then now, let's add in our floor. So there's going to be just 2 floors. Usually you can do a floor right here, a different one, and then right here as well. But for now, I'm gonna do grass here, and then here is a stone. So let's go to architecture, click on floor. So here we could edit this one, duplicate, we could just call it floor number 1, and then press OK. And then here, click on edit. This one should be 200 thickness. And then here, for the material, what we could do is we could click on or look for a stone finish. And then let's use rubble just to differentiate. Click on OK, and then once you do, let's click on pick line. We're gonna use the one from the inside here. Okay, so we're going to add from the inside. So just click on all of the inside of the wall. Except for this part. We still want this one to be from the outside, because if we cut it from here, this will be grass. So that doesn't look good. So here what we're gonna do is we're going to add the grass right there, the stone right there, and also we're going to add the grass from the ground area. That's because this is above ground. So I just want to point that out. So here we have everything added, and then we could just click finish. And then if we take a look, let's see if everything looks good. So we have this one, and then now we could go to ground, and then from ground we need to add floor number 2. So we need to duplicate floor number 2, edit, this one will be grass. Click go up, click apply, OK, and then OK. And then now select here, we need to add it right about there. So don't worry, we're going to add a stairs, and then here just click on finish. We're also going to add concrete here on this, so we could add concrete now. So click on floor, edit type, duplicate this one, and then edit again, and then here concrete. And then here we have different concrete. Let's just add this one. Apply, and then select rectangle, and then here we could just add it right there. Click on finish, and then let's look at it at 3D. So right now it's just looking like this. What we could do is we could select all our exterior wall, and then here we could base constraint it to ground, and then here we could do that the same thing. So only exterior walls, and then obviously we're going to pull this one out. We could pull this one out and then add a different wall onto this side. So trim and extend on this part, and then here that's the only thing that I don't like on this part, is it's overlapping. But that's the thing though, if we pull that out, it will be looking like it's. So what I'm proposing to do is just click on level 1. Let's select that, and then just move this one a little bit. Edit, just couple of notch to go inside, and then let's see how it looks. It's still not good, but just undo those. I'm just gonna undo the changes except for this one, and then we could just deal with that later on once we do that, because this one we need to change the base offset. So now we could just edit this one again, and then let's see how it looks without it overlapping. I just don't want the overlapping of the walls. It doesn't look good. So now that looks much better. I like how it looks. So let's stop here for now and continue on the next video. Thank you for watching, and I hope you liked the video. Please hit like and subscribe. Feel free to comment down below. Hi everyone, welcome back to my channel. In today's video, we're going to continue working on part 7 of this house build. Let's get started. So in the last video, we were able to add the floors, and then we also added the windows, and then this sliding door. So now we're going to continue working on this. What we're going to do is, we're going to start off by adding the stairs. So let's go to architecture and then click on stairs, and then from here we're going to add the stairs by just running through here. Instead of 17, I want it to be so around maybe 10, so 5 each side. So I'm just gonna make it okay, click OK, and then I'm gonna run it from here. So let's run it 1, 2, 3, 4, and then 5. And then as you can see, it's saying how many that you created. So we created 5 already, and then after that we're going to go on the other side, and then here we could just add the remaining. I want to go parallel to this, so everything is just a U-shaped stairs. And then now we're good. What I usually do is click on finish first. Once I click on finish, I then do what I need to do, like moving it to the corner, and then now we just need to edit so that it's snug around here, so it's not showing. So here I'm going to edit this again, select that, edit stairs. Now instead of 1000, around maybe 950, so that we could have the gap. This one as well, we need 950 as well, so here 950. And then now what I'm gonna do is I'm just going to move this one going on the other side. And then as you can see, we just need a little bit more, so probably 900 is good enough. But this depends on the building code in your country. So it really depends what's the minimum and maximum that you have. And then here it looks like we could just snug this one on the wall. So we could just select here, click on finish, AL, align it from this wall to this wall, and then that's looking good now. There we go. So now we have this spacing right here. We could go upstairs, and then we have enough space for this landing and also for this landing. So that's looking good. What we can do now is we could create the stairs right here, and then we have a stairs also right here and then in the front. So we're going to start here first. What I'm gonna do is I'm gonna go to ground, and then here go back to stairs, and then let's just add a stairs run like that. So it already showed me that I need 4 stairs, so I don't need to do some editing anymore. I'm gonna check it out right here. I'm gonna remove this railing, we don't need this. And then here what we could do is I'm going to change this to a monolithic stairs. And the issue we have here is the height. So here what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna select that. Let's force it to go up. So now, so I think not the depth, we need to change it from the riser point, because as you can see here, so edit that. So with the width we could change that manually, but the top relative top height we could change that to maybe 900. So here we could just say 700, and that looks nice. I don't like this angle right here, so what I'm gonna do is, let's just finish here first and then edit, and then type mark is right here. We have the zigzag cut mark symbol, so that's fine. Rand landing thickness, so 300 concrete cast in place gray, that's fine. Run type 150 and also good. So now select that again, edit type. We need to check right here, run type, and then we have structural depth right here. So what we're gonna do is, this is cast in place, so that's good. Step, if we do step, it will look like this. So it's still a step right there, so we're gonna do that not here, so we're still going to change this, and then here the structural depth around 400. Let's make it 500 so that it's not noticeable. So now it will be like a block now, so it doesn't look like the others. So now we could go back to ground, and then here we could just edit the width manually. And then here I'm just going to push it all the way on that side. And then we're going to add a wall right there. So if you look at it, that looks really nice. And then we're going to do the same thing on the other side. And then here we're just going to click on edit and then duplicate this so that it doesn't change. So I'm gonna CS, or not, I'm not gonna do that. I'm just going to copy this, and then here I'm just gonna leave it at number 1, and then here I'm going to rotate this RO 90, and then here we're just going to snug it here, AL, and then obviously we need to make it smaller only on this part. We don't need to make it big. So that's good enough. And then here I just want to double check the materials that we did here. It's also a cast in place, so I'm just going to change this because that's the same materials that we have on that. So I'm just gonna put this one lightweight. That's one thing that I noticed, because if we change the material right here, it will change here on Twinmotion. And then I'm going to copy the same stairs right here, AL. I'm gonna align it through the wall, and then here I'm going to edit type and then duplicate this. This will be monolithic stairs number 3, and then here we're going to change the depth for sure. So here, instead of 275, we're going to change this to around 600. Let's see how it looks. I want it to be big one, so the depth here should be the one that been changed, not that part. So I'm just going to leave it because this one is good, this height. This one should be, make it 200 for this one. I want this one to be maybe fit enough, but this one is good. I just want to deal with the depth first. So here, let's put it at 600. Now it's looking like that. I want to see it before we approve it. I think that's perfect. And then I just want to change the height. Maybe we could just change it right here. Right there. But the calculation, I don't think it will change. Function. This one, let's change this to 6. So I'm just going to undo that. So instead, what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna select this again and then change the top offset to around maybe 100. Make it 200 or 150. I think that's good enough. And then if you don't want this, just edit this again and then go back here and change this to 600. So everything is good. Here as well, I'm going to edit. I believe we did 150, I believe. And then that one is still looking good with the spacing. And then here we could just put it to up to base constraint ground. We might edit this or trim this one later on to change the look. So depending on later what we decide. I'm planning to add a wall right there. So go to ground, click on architecture, click on wall, and then we could just base it from the interior wall. So reset, cancel. I'm going to select the exterior wall, CS, edit type, duplicate. This will be exterior wall number 2. And then here we could just change this to a different material. I'm just going to use this. And then after that, ground to level 1. I know level 2, but there will be a top offset so that it's not too much. So it should be negative 1500. So here I'm just gonna add it. I'm not going to stick it yet to the wall because I know I need to verify this first. So I like the height. So now we could just attach it again, and then that's a different materials right there. And then now that we're here, I want to add the grounds right here as well. For now, I'm gonna add it some grass, so CS on that grass. I'm just going to go around here and add it. And then let's add it like that, and then around here I'm just going to align it on this, but we need to trim it first so that it's easy to align everything. And then AL, and then there's a grass around here. If we see it, it will look like that. I think it's better if we add something right here so that it doesn't look like there's a step there. So obviously we're gonna add some bushes right here, and then here I just want some separation from this spot. So what I'm gonna do is I'm going to click on model in place, generic model. This will be number 7, extrusion, and then we're going to add something here again, different stone material. Let's do a slate stone, and then here we could just add a rectangle like a planter box, and then an offset of this is around 30. Click on finish, look at it at 3D, and then just pull it up just around that part, and then go back again. We're going to add another extrusion, but this will be grass, and then here let's just add grass. And then click finish, and then pull it up again. Something like that, a planter box, just to change something right here. Click on finish, and then obviously we're gonna make this one nicer. And then here probably we're going to extend this, but with a model in place so that it looks nicer with a different finish. So I'm gonna trim this first, and then we're going to connect them all together. What I'm gonna do is I'm gonna connect this one, I'm gonna edit this one so that everything is connected. So here I'm just going to add this, and then trim this around. And then for now it will look like this, and then obviously we're gonna keep on editing stuff once we see that it needs to be changed like this. So everything is looking good. We could edit this. I don't need this right here and then here. We only need it on this side because those are the walls. And then we could change this to glass. It will look nicer. There we go. So now it's looking much better. Only have the railing right here, but here we edited and we have something like looks like this. I'm going to edit this stairs. So let's duplicate. This will be main stairs, and then here let's change this to none. So it's looking like this. So if we don't have it, what I'm planning to do is just have a support at the top. So middle support, because I don't like the stringer right here. So we could just do this on the later part. For now, this is looking good anyway, so let's just do that once we get to, the chance to do the second floor. So we're gonna stop here for now and continue on the next video. Thank you for watching, and I hope you liked the video. Please hit like and subscribe. Feel free to comment down below. Hi everyone, welcome back to my channel. In this video, we're gonna continue working on part 8 of this house build. Let's get started. So in the previous video, we were able to add in the stairs for the interior and then exterior part, and then also we added the floor and anything else that we need to finish up on floor number 1. Now we're gonna continue here, and then we're gonna start off by adding the second floor. So let's start by going to level 2. So double click on that under the project browser, and then here what we could start doing is to lay out our second floor. So what I'm gonna select is I'm gonna select the exterior wall right here. This is exterior wall number 1, and then type in CS. So once I do that, I'm gonna make sure that it is up to level 3, and then the base constraint is level 2, and then we already have it wall center line, and then chain is checked. So here I'm gonna zoom out, and then I'm going to click on at grid B1. After that, go all the way to grid line B3. I'm just gonna zoom here so that we know that we're adding it in the correct spot. So I'm just gonna redo this one right here, and then add this one B3, and then going all up to A3. So this is grid line 3, and then click on right here, and then after that zoom out again, A4, and then all the way down, and then here what we're gonna do is we're going to make sure that this is at 13,500 millimeters. So here I'm just adding it right here, and then going around here, and then after that around 1850 going across. So here this is 13,500, and then 1850 to go across here, and then again I want a 1400 going up, and then here we need to go all the way right here up to this grid line. This is grid line number 3, and then go up again. We're going to put this at 1000, so 1000 right here, and then now we're just going to align this one right here. So AL, grab it there, and then align it there. And then here, what we're gonna do is we're just going to go across here. So I'm gonna grab it here, and then I'm going to just fill in this. So CS, just same layout from below. So now, as you can see, it is very confusing knowing that the underlay is turned on for base level 1. So you just need to go on your property, go to underlay, and then range base level, change this to none, and then those will disappear, and now we could gladly create our interior walls and those kind of stuff. So now we're gonna continue adding. So right now what I'm planning to do is I'm just gonna click on wall and then look for interior wall number 1. I'm just gonna use that, and then here I'm going to add a wall just in the middle for now, and then press escape and then escape again. So this wall, I want it to be around 4750 from the wall from here. So that's the length, and then after that I'm gonna select that again, and then I'm gonna grab it from here. It's saying that this wall from here is 2820. I'm gonna change that to 3650. So now we have our corridor. I'm gonna select this interior wall again, CS, and I'm just gonna close it off. So now this one is our first bedroom, and then we're gonna add in another bedroom, which is right here. So beside this stairs, we're going to add a wall right here, and then a wall right here as well. So we're gonna box in that wall, and then here we could just connect that. So as you can see, it's very easy. The location of our stairs, just box it in, and then after that you could just align this, or we could add in the same wall, interior wall. Select that, and you want to check it, and it's better to have it link right here. So I'm gonna AL, and then let's align this, and then now align this again to this face. So everything is aligned. We can then join them all together, and as you can see, that looks nice. And then again, we're going to extend this wall all the way here. So we're just gonna grab this and extend this all the way there. So now we have 1, 2, 3 bedrooms, and then the fourth bedroom will be located right here. So here I'm gonna select this wall again. This is the interior wall number 1, CS, and then let's add in a wall from here first. We could actually join them, and then here this is 3000. We're gonna change that to 4100. Let's make it 4000 instead, just to make it even. Then now this is the look that we have here. And then now we could change this and add a wall right here. So I'm gonna add a wall, select this wall again, and let's change this to 1500. And then again, CS, another wall. I want this one to be 1500 again. So now this is 1500, this is 1500. I want to see how it looks. So this is 1300 from the inside wall. Let's change this to instead 1700, and then 1700, both of them. And then now we want our inside to be 1500 each. That's why we need to extend that. So that's 1500, 1500 from the inside dimension. So after that, let's add in some walls right here. This wall. So here, select that, CS. I'm going to add a wall right about here. And then select this, and then grab this one and put it right here. I want this one to be around 2700. And then let's grab this again, CS, and let's put it in the middle. And then I want to see the dimension from the middle. This is 1310, and I don't like that. So what I'm gonna do is, this one is good enough because we could have a shower here, and then, but this part is something that I don't want because I want it to be at least 1500 from the inside. So now this is 1500 from the inside. We could just leave it like that now. At least there's enough room for us to have here for our washroom. Now I'm gonna select this wall again, CS, but after that I'm going to change this wall, these two walls right here that I just add, and then make it interior wall number 2. This is for the closet. So here I'm just putting this one around 700, and then here we could just extend this or not, depending on the door that we're gonna add. Now that it's here, we could add in our closet as well on the other side. So CS, here we're gonna add in a closet. So we're gonna add a walk-in closet right here, and then here I'm gonna select that, and then this one is around, we could put it as 1700. Okay, and then here we're just going to align it so that everything is aligned. And then here we could just put 700, and then we could add in something right here later on, and then we could access the washroom right here, and then the the room right here will also have an access for the washroom. And then I'm going to select this again, CS, and then here we're going to add in a closet for this one. What I like to do is I would like to align this one right here before I join them all together. So now we have an access here. I like it around 600 to 700. So that's good enough for me. So this bedroom has a closet. We also have this one. This one is a walk-in closet right here. And then this one has a closet. So we could add this one a closet as well. And then in terms of size, 700. And then here we could just maneuver here depending on the size of the door. So now this one looks good. I'm happy with what we created here. So for everybody, so that you guys can visualize, let's add in the door. So click on the door right here, and then let's look for a single interior panel first, and then let's add in around 800 by 2000. So here I have the 800 by 2000. You need to press your space bar to change orientation and the side. So if you put your crosshair on the interior, it will go to interior, and then outside if you put it on the outside. So here I'm just adding this. Let's add this one as well, right about here. And then also right here, this is the entrance for this bedroom, and this one as well for this bedroom. This is the entrance for this bedroom, and also this is the washroom entrance for this, and then washroom entrance for this one. So as you can see, we can extend this if we want to. So at least they will have a decent space for the closet. So now what I'm planning to do is adding the sliding door in order to show where is the closet. So click on door again, drop down, and then I believe the sliding door is right here. We could add this one first and then see how it looks. So here, once you add this one, as you can see, it's still too small for that. So what we could do is you could just go drop down and then change it as you go, and then it will change it as well once you change that. So it will expand as you go. Maybe 1800 by 2000 is good for this space. CS on that, and then add it right here. Let's add this one right here, and then on this side, what we can do is we could just add. So here we forgot to add the door for the main, so I'm just gonna add the door for the main like that. And then here we're going to add annotation. So go here, detailed line, demolish. So let's add demolish first. So add demolish right here. So 2 of them, and then here This is to represent the rod, and then this one as well for the rod. And then after that, let's add this one, an L shape for the walk-in closet. And then after that, click on detailed and change this to thin line, and this should be from the outside. This kind of detail it depends on how your company likes or how they do the details. So for me, what I learned is just adding a broken line or a dashed line, and then a straight line like this, or a continuous line. So now I'm happy with what we created here, and then let's just continue on the next video. So thank you for watching, and I hope you liked the video. Please hit like and subscribe. Feel free to comment down below. Hi everyone, welcome back to my channel. In today's video, we're gonna continue working on part 9 of this house build. Let's get started. So in the last video, we started adding level 2. We added the walls, doors, and then also some of the closet. Now we're gonna continue working on this. As you remember, we already have the toilet in our ground floor. So for us to pull it up, what I'm gonna do is I'm just going to turn on underlay base level to level 1. So I'm doing this in order for us to grab this. So I'm gonna select that CS, and it will be added into our level 2. So now we just need to keep on adding those. So I'm gonna add one right here. I think here is the best. So I'm gonna add one right here, or about right here. I think this is best. And then we could put the shower right here, and then the sink. And then here we're going to add it right about here. And then before we do everything else, I know it's kind of confusing, but what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna pull out anything that we need to add. So similar to this, the vanity, just to make our life easy. So I'm gonna pull that up, and then here even the side table, I'm gonna select that and then add it around here, and then the light. So once we add everything that we need from below, we can then turn this off. So I'll go to underlay again, put it to none, and then now we just need to add all the details and all of this in this area as well. So here, let's add it on this side, and then this one should be on this side, and then the toilet will be right about here, and then here as well. And then this will be the part where we have our shower, and we're just adding those information right now. And then once you're ready, once you're finished adding all of those, now we could actually add our shower. So let's go to insert, load family, and then go to plumbing again, architecture, fixtures, and then we have a shower right here. Let's load this and then type in CM, and then as you can see, we could add it right about here in the corner, and then from here we could see the distance. So 1420. I'm going to duplicate this. Number 2, let's try 1420 on this one. So it's on the other side. So what we need to do is just pick it up again, pick new host, and then here, so select that, pick new host, and then here we could just add this one. So it's not letting me add, so what I'm gonna do is CS and then grab it from there and then just delete. So I'm happy with the location right here. Then let's add same one, CS, right about here, but as you can see it's not exact. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna get 1500. So here I'm going to duplicate this again and then 1500. Now it's all the way to the wall, and then we just need to add one more here, knowing that everything is 1500. So we have washrooms, shower, and toilet. And then now to add more detail right here, I'm gonna get the thin line right here, CS, and then this will represent the vanity work surface or vanity top, and then here as well. And then we could just extend this one right there. So this one is too precise there. I want to see if we could just add it right there all the way. So I believe that's good enough. We can change this to 750 by 2000 because of the spacing. So I'm happy with what we have there. Here we could just move this one like so. And then here, same thing. Just to finish off the detail, let's add the line right here. I'm gonna move this one a little bit there, give this one some space, and then add another one, because this is the main bedroom, and then having two is a must in terms of what people are looking for when you're designing. And then here as well. And then here we could just add one, will be enough. And then put it right there in the middle. So now I'm gonna load the bed so that we could see the orientation that we want to. So here I'm gonna go under insert, load family, go back to the main, and then look for furniture, and then beds, and then here I'm just gonna use this bed box, and then from here CM, and then let's add in the queen size. So space, and then let's add queen right here. We have some space right here, so we could actually align it later on. So we could just still move this one, and obviously we're gonna have some balcony right here, so I'm gonna make this one all glass. And then here we could put this bed right about here on this side, knowing that we could add the side table on each side, and then this will be all glass facing outside. And then here what we could do is we could have this one facing like this, and then with both, and then we could have some desk here with the chair, and then here what we could do is we could add this one. It's either or. You could have it on this side if you want, or on this side, so it depends on how you like to show. So I'm just gonna add it like this for now. We could still have this one with the glass. We could even add it a balcony if you want to. Okay, so now that we know where the location are, I'm gonna pull this one. I'm gonna move this all the way to the corner, and then here align it, and then what I'm gonna do is copy that. We can even use our mirror command. So now we have that one there. We can even select that CS, and then instantly add it to our beds. So to make your life easy, there's a lot of ways. You just need to know and practice what you're doing. Even though it's repetitive, there's always a better way on doing stuff to make it easier and faster for you guys. So here I'm just adding all of those. And then the good thing about CS is it recognizes whatever height you put on the first one that you copy. So we copied it from the bottom, and as you remember, we check the height on where we are gonna put it. So we did even add a section in front of that so that we could see the actual height that it needs to be, so that it is in the right elevation. So now we have it like that. This will be a balcony, so not all of them will have a balcony. This too can have a balcony. So let's add in the curtain wall. So here I'm just going to add this one. Spacebar, I want it from the inside. Spacebar again here, I want it on the inside. I want the window right here as well. And then I just don't want it to be all the way there. I need some gap there. CS again. I don't want to keep on looking on those. So here what I'm gonna do is I'm going to add a curtain there, and then curtain wall right here as well. We can add some lights here, so I'm going to add one above here. We can also add one here as well, and then here we could also add on the side. So here on the side as well. And then I'm just gonna flip this. And I believe we have everything. Let's add in some windows here as well. So before we finish, I just want to add the desk here. So I remember we already have, or we're gonna insert a desk. So let's go on table. Here we have this. I believe it's already loaded. I'm just gonna over like that, and then here CM, type in CM, and then we could have to look desk. So here we have a student desk, and then I'm just going to add it right here, and then also a chair. So go back here, seating, and then let's add an executive chair. So CM again, and then just add it right about here. That's perfect. So let's go to our 3D view, and I want to, before we actually go there, I want to cut geometry all the windows. So I'm gonna go to modify and then click on cut, and then here we could just select, we could even have multiple cuts to make it easy for us. There we go. So everything that we touch, it will be cut, and then here as well. So I believe all of those have been cut, and then now we just need to go to our 3D view and then set the proper height that we want. What I'm planning to do is just grab it. We could just top offset this to maybe negative 400. So now we could just use align and set all of this to negative 400. The faster way of doing this is we should have add one curtain wall, and then we change the height already, and then before that we could CS that and then add those so that all the height is already on this height. So that's something that you can do in the future as well, so that you don't need to keep on doing this. But this is something that it's okay. It's not something that it's gonna be tedious. If you have a lot, that's probably a good thing to do. Here I'm just gonna set the height for this. This is around base offset 2000. So let's make it consistent, and then AL, I want it to be here as well. So these are the ones that will have some balcony, and this one will not have. So 400, and then AL 400 on the other side as well. 400 here, and then 400 here. So I'm still figuring out if we should add something right here as well, but for now let's just leave it like this. So I'm happy with this. And then before we finish, let's go back to level 2. I want to add the roof. So what I'm gonna do is, we're in level 2, go to architecture, and then click on roof, and then edit type, duplicate. This will be roof number 1. Edit type, this will be 200, and then we could just add clad white for now, or anything that is white, or we could just even do a gypsum wallboard. No, let's do a clad white so that we could change it. Our gypsum wallboard, I'm just gonna leave it a gypsum wallboard. And then here, what we can do is change this to level 3. But we're in the view of level 2 so that we could see everything below. In here, let's undo this. Click this one again and then uncheck define slope. Make sure to uncheck that so that it's not a slope. It will be just and then here, just going around here, I want to make sure that there's nothing right there. Here I'm just connecting everything, and then select this again, and then now let's click on finish. Look at it in 3D, and then here we're just going to select all the exterior part by clicking on tab, and then as you can see, all the exterior wall is highlighted. And then from here, we're gonna put a top offset of 600. Click apply, and then there we go. That's our roof. It's a flat roof, and then we have a parapet. So we're gonna stop here for now and continue on the next video. Thank you for watching, and I hope you liked the video. Please hit like and subscribe. Feel free to comment down below. Hi everyone, welcome back to my channel. In today's video, we're gonna continue working on part 10 of this house build. Let's get started. So in the previous video, we were able to do the second floor. Now we're gonna continue working on this, and one of the things that I'm gonna add first is the floor for the second floor. So let's go to level 2, and then here go to architecture, and then click on floor, and then here let's add in another floor. So edit type, duplicate, this will be floor number 4. Edit here, thickness will be 200 again, and then let's change this material. So I'm going to add a wood material for this. So here I'm gonna select here, and then I'm gonna use oak flooring espresso. Click apply, and then OK, and then OK. And then now I'm gonna click it from the inside, so I'm gonna use my pick line, and then similar to that, I'm gonna add it all the way around. In this instance, um, we're going to add something here like a balcony, so we're going to edit this one as well. So for now, let's just finish this, and then it's easier to edit this later on. So here I'm just gonna use TR, that's trim and extend. So we're just going to extend those and trim it at the same time. Okay, so now I think we're good. I'm just gonna click on finish, and then let's look at it at 3D. And as you can see, this is the look that we have. If you notice, there is some walls that are sticking above. What you can do is you can just select those, and then you can click attach top to base, and then select the floor, and then it will go down. And as you can see, you won't see that anymore right there. So those are the cleanups that you need to do. So only if you're going to do the inside of the model. But here it's something that I'm just gonna leave it like that for now. So now what I'm gonna do is I'm actually going to create another floor for the balcony. So let's go back to level 2, and then I'm planning to add balconies right here and also right here. So only 2 areas. Here I'm just gonna leave it like this for now. So now I'm gonna click on floor again, edit type, duplicate. This will be number 5, and then here I'm just gonna leave it this one for the material, and then here I'm just going to add the floor right about here. And then click finish, and I want to see it in 3D. I want to see if there's like gap or sticking around. So here I could just edit this align AL, and then I'm going to align it on this wall, on this corner. So let's look at it right here instead. AL, align it to here, and then align it to here. So now this is looking good. We could even extend it a little bit so that it covers right here as well, and also on this. So I'm just gonna edit that, and then let's go here. So I'm gonna add right here, align this, trim this, trim this as well, and then here same thing. I believe we need to add it from here, and then this is, we need to remove that, and then let's look at it in 3D. This one was over, so we could just pull that back, align it, So that's looking good now. At least we covered that. What we can also do is actually we could just I could just create something here later on. I'm probably gonna extend this more, so I could just remove this and then align this all together. So now it's looking like that. So we have a balcony here, and then we could just edit this one later on. I'll probably just move this one right here, but I'm still thinking of if I want to extend it or not. And then here on this side we could just add in the same floor and then connect it. Make it 1000. And that's looking good. So now what I'm gonna do is I'm going to go to wall, drop down, and here we have a reveal. I'm gonna make it a vertical reveal, and then we could edit this. Let's check the profile, at least one brick. Click apply, okay. And then I want to add a separation here, and then another one, and then I just want them to align. So that looks good. I was able to align it. So I just want a separation there, because what I'm planning to do is I'm planning to make this one a different finish. So I need to look at it here, because I want it to be aligned here. So I'm just gonna align it right there, and then go back here and then align this one as well on this side. So AL, align it here onto this face and to this face. There we go. So that's aligned now. And then here I'm going to make this window smaller. And this one as well. In terms of height, I want to pull it like this. And then I'm going to align them so that they have the same height. And then if this one, we don't need it to be all the way because we're not planning to add anything there. So I'm just gonna leave it like that. And then I'll probably have a different look here. So now what I'm gonna do is I'm going to set different materials right here, and also instead of this one I want a separation. I'm going to pull this one out just want it to be all the way right here. So I'm gonna align it and then trim this one and then remove the remaining right here. Click finish, and then in terms of here, I just want it to be extended, so I'm gonna extend it from here and then here as well. Trim this and then trim this. So now at least everything is proper like that. Let's save this and then let's add in the railing. So I'm gonna add a railing right here, and this railing is gonna go right about here, and then another railing for this side. And then let's look at it at 3D. So we could just change this. I want to change both of this to a rectangle. That looks cleaner. So now I'm ready to add material. So here I'm just going to go to modify and then click on paint. For this instant, I want steel, so I'm going to add this one as steel. Okay, so now this is steel, and then here I'm going to change it to wood and then steel again. Then this one is steel as well. And then here we just need to, so steel polish is what we added. Now here on this spot, we just need to split face. So we need to use this and then select the face, and then here we just need to add this line and then click finish. So in some instance it's not saying because the face region, because we have a reveal here. But if so let's change this in consistent color. This is the look for the steel. So if I paint this again, it will paint the whole thing again. But the issue right now is I want to select this in order for me to cut this one, but it's not letting me. So this is a problem. So let me figure that out later. Now here I want this one to be wood. So I'm gonna do the same thing and add a reveal here. Same thing. And then add another one below. And then go to level 2 and then align it right here. we go. I want here to be wood, so let's go back here, click on wood. I have a soft lumber here. I'm gonna select this one, a soft lumber. I'm changing it to realistic so that I could see. And then here probably a different wood or different steel. I'm gonna use this one right here. No, not that one. I want something that is noticeable, so that when I add it, I can determine that I did it correctly. So that's why I'm changing it to this. So still carbon. Okay, and then the same problem with this. It's not letting you cut it. But if you do this, now this is cut. If we just do it a little bit, just a little bit on the edge, it will not be noticeable. And then now if we click on paint, there we go. Just a tiny part of that is like that. So I'm gonna do the same right here. I know it's irritating, but what can we do? So here, click on split face, and then add this, just a tiny line on the edge, just to split this. And then let's do it below. Click finish, and then now we could select steel polish on the side as well. It's good. What I'm gonna do is, let's add a model in place. Generic model, and then here let's go to south elevation, and then we're gonna cover this up. So extrusion, pick a plane, which is this wall, and then we're just going to add this right there. Another 200, trim and extend, then just delete this small part. Let's look at it at 3D. And obviously we're gonna change the material as well. It's not gonna be grass, but I just wanna see it first. Let's change this one now. Let's use this iron dock. And that looks nice. And then here, let's click on paint and then look for gypsum wallboard, and then we're gonna paint this side and this above here. Just to paint that one. And then here we could just extend this one a little bit. I want the sides here, or the inside here, to be wood, so I'm gonna edit that and then go to paint, and I want to make sure that I want to set this one to plywood. Click finish. And then here, what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna go to south elevation again, click model in place, generic model, and then extrusion, and then set this wall, and then I'm going to add something that looks like this. Click finish, and then let's look at it at 3D first. And then edit again, change the material, metal panel, and click finish. So this is looking good right now. You have different materials. So we're gonna stop here for now and continue in the next video. Thank you for watching, and I hope you liked the video. Please hit like and subscribe. Feel free to comment down below. Hi everyone, welcome back to my channel. In today's video, we're gonna continue working on part 11 of this house build. Let's get started. So in the previous video, you were already starting to design this. Now we're gonna continue working on this. We added some extrusions model in place. Now we're gonna fix this part now. So let's go to level 1. I just want this one to be at least on the level of this. So this one is around this. So I'm going to pull this one back just a little bit. I just want it to be aligned on this face. So I'm just going to use align tool and then align this face. And then from there, we're going to have this one with an extrusion. So go to south elevation, click here, and then click model in place, and then generic model, and then click on extrusion, pick a plane, and then we are going to put it on this plane. And then here, let's change this one. Let's use another metal material, so metal deck. And then here, we're going to start adding this. And then here, we just need to trim and extend, and then delete this. Once you do, let's just put this one at 200 so that it's easier for us to extrude it. And then now let's look at it at 3D. And it will look like this. I'm going to edit this. So the flooring, edit boundary, go to ground. And then here we're going to extend this one just a bit. And then here we could just create something like that. And then we could trim this out. And then here we could just extend this one. And then we could add arcade right here. Gonna use align, and let's look at it. Looks like I don't want to extrude this, so we could just have something that looks like this for now. And then what I'm gonna do is remove this, so unjoin that, and then extend this one a little bit, maybe around 1500. And then here we could just extend this one a bit more, and then we could edit this and then extend. And then trim this part, and then delete this. Then let's align this part right here, and then click finish, and then align this again. And then we just want to make sure that we're going to connect everything all together, something like that. So we have a side access to our backyard right here, and then from here we could just connect this one as well. We can have our gate connected right here on the side. So here I want to add in more information or more design, so I'm gonna edit type, and then here I'm going to click on create and click on sweep and then pick path. I'm gonna pick this path, and then from here I'm going to finish and edit profile. I'm gonna zoom in and then use rectangle to start. And then after that, let's use this and then make it around 100 only. And then add this information. Delete this. And then SL. That split element. And then TR. I want this around 35. So that everything is perfect like that. And this material, this will be another metal material. Click on finish and it will look like that. I think I want to add this more, so edit sweep, pick path, and then I'm going to add this edge, and then click finish and then finish. And then before I click finish again, I'm going to add a paint. I want this one to be wood, so I'm gonna use this wood tick, and then click finish and then finish. So that's looking good right there. One thing that I want to add is some lighting. So here I'm going to add this spotlight face base circle. It will be included to your link on part 1 description. So just download this, and then once you download, just drag and drop, similar to what I'm doing. Then this is a face based, so once you add this one, as you can see, you can add it to any face. So I'm gonna add it right here, then let's add it above here as well, and then right here as well, and then here. So I added it to all those areas. And then what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna go to ceiling plan. As you can see, I can see this one right here. What I'm gonna do is I'm just going to put it in the middle like so, and then just copy. Make sure multiple is checked, and then here you could just put around 800. So I want to put it around 800 each. So I'm happy with this. We could just move it this one a bit like that. And then at the same time, I'm gonna put lights right here as well. Copy. And then this one should be around 1000. Move it on the side so that you have more room. once you do, just copy everything and then copy it again. And make sure you're copying it in a 90-degree angle. And then here we could just add this one as well. And then like that. And then let's look at it at 3D. It will look like this. Let's space it out a little bit more so that everything looks nice. So I'm gonna copy this one, copy it 1000 again. And then 1000 here again. So from here, I'm gonna copy this one. Something like this. And then right here. And I'm just gonna delete this. Then space this out. So that looks nice. And then go to level 2. We added something right here. But as you can see, it's not visible. So we could just go to view range. And then here, unlimited. So once you do, you can see this now. And then we're just going to space this out around 800. And then let's move this one all the way to the right side so that we could keep on adding this one. And then here, just space it as well. Okay, so that looks good. We have our lights right here. Then for some reason, I think I deleted this unintentional. So let's go to level 2 and then I'm just gonna add this one. So floor. I don't know if this is the right floor, so yeah. Then let's just add it like that. Then edit boundary. And then over this side as well. Okay, and then click finish. I think that looks good. I just want to make sure that I'm gonna paint this one. I want to paint this one wood thick as well, similar to what we have right here. So we have three different wood actually. And then now we still need to add mullions for this one. We added here, but we haven't added on the top. So here, under level, we also need to add the door. So I'm going to pull this one all the way down because this one has, so here I'm gonna click on curtain grid. For me 800 is good, and then I want to have something at the top, 500, and then divide this one. I'm gonna put the door right here, and then for this spot I think I need to move this one again. For this one I just want some sunlight coming here, so that's why I added that 500 at the top, and then we could just add it in the middle, 500 at the top, and then just divide it. For this one, just divide this one as well, and divide this one. So I'm just gonna divide all of this into two. And then this one, and this 500, and then I'm gonna put the 800 first. If you don't get it, you can just select that and then click on 800, and then after that add this one again to divide them. And then actually I'm just gonna remove this one now, and then click on mullion, and then all grid, and then all the mullions, even right here we haven't added yet. I'm gonna fix this one as well. And then here I'm gonna go to south elevation, and then I want to at least make this one central while checking on this. So south elevation again, at least divide this correctly, so 900 there. Okay, so now everything is correct. And then here, curtain grid, I want to just divide it by 3 or make it 4. Make it 3 and click on mullion and divide it at all. And then what we're gonna do is go to insert, load family, go to doors, and then insert single glass, and then here we need to click on the panel and then change this to the single glass. Let's go to the other side. Here I'm gonna tap it again. Once you have just one panel that you want to convert to door, as you can see it is highlighted. Select that again and then go to that one, and then in terms of orientation you need to go to the floor plan and then flip it using those arrows. So that's looking good. So we're gonna stop here for now and continue on the next video. Thank you for watching, and I hope you liked the video. Please hit like and subscribe. Feel free to comment down below. Hi everyone, welcome back to my channel. In today's video, we're gonna continue working on part 12 of this house build. Let's get started. So in the previous video, we were able to add all this design using extrusion model in place, and then we added all of this lights, pot lights. Now we're gonna continue working on this. What I want to focus on is the backyard. So what I want to do here is change the floor right here on this side, and also I'm planning to add in some pool right here. So I'm going to edit type, duplicate. This will be floor number 6. I'm going to edit this again and change this to a wood. So I'm planning to add in a deck. So I'm gonna choose one of the wood right here. Click apply, OK, and then OK. Now we're going to edit this. I'm just going to pull this one out like so, and then here I'm going to add in the pool. So I'm also going to square this off, and then here trim, and then trim here, and then click finish. Now we have an open space right here to add in our pool. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna click on wall and then choose exterior wall. We could choose actually, yeah, let's just choose exterior wall, edit type, and then duplicate that. This will be exterior wall number 3, and then edit, and then change this to something tile related. I'm just gonna use this tile stone ceramic mix, apply, OK, and then OK. Now what we have is base constraint up to top constraint. Now I'm gonna change this to ground, and then here base offset is around -2000, and then let's add in our wall. So I'm just going to add a wall right there. So let me check this one, because it's not letting us add it. So it's not visible in that space, but as you can see, we were able to add it. We just need to edit. I'm going to edit the thickness, so I'm going to edit the thickness, so probably put it to 50 only. And then what I'm gonna do is I'm going to align it from this side. So this one looks nice, this one as well. What I'm gonna do is I'm gonna instead edit this boundary, edit boundary, and then AL, align it to the edge. And then here we could just fix it. We need to move this one. And then here I'm just going to change the view range unlimited so that we could see the depth properly. And then I could move it and then align it at the edge. And then move this one as well. AL, align to the wall. We can even just make this one negative. We can even just make this one maybe negative on the height, negative 1000, but it depends on us, on you. But as you can see, it looks nice. And then I'm just going to copy this one, the material, so that once I'm here, change the view range again to unlimited, and then I could add in a model in place, generic model, and then here I could add an extrusion and then change this materials right here instantly. And then what I like about this one is we could basically set up this one. So once we add this, we could just manually pull it up or pull it down. So it's easy to manipulate, not like this one that you need to negative, for example, negative 200 only, so that it doesn't feel like it's too hot, too below, especially once we put it to Twinmotion. So the reason that I'm just pulling this up a little bit or a lot, because I wanted to have something, especially once we put it into Twinmotion, this will be a lot. And then let's add in another one, and then there's gonna be water. So we could actually, so here let's add another one, model in place, generic model, number 12 now, and then extrusion, and then we're just going to change this to water, and then let's pull this up, apply, okay, and then here just add this one at the top, and then let's just make this one 20, apply, and then click finish and finish. Now we have some water. We can just pull it down a little bit and then pull it down here again, the thickness. So we change that one, and then we could just add a plank for the deck right here. we could just top offset this to 50 so that it's just sticking out like that. And then we have this spool ladder right here. You can download that. So just download that and drag it. So here I'm dragging this one right here, and then we could just add it right now and then rotate this one later on. So let's go to ground, and then I'm just going to rotate this 90 degrees. And then I'm just gonna place it right here. And depending how it looks, we're probably going to drag the base down again so that we could still see this. I'm just gonna put this one negative 1000 instead. I think that's fair enough to just put it right there so that we can still have this one visible. And then add this one like that. And then in terms of the water, we could just leave it like that. So at least everything is visible, and then here we could just move this one something like this. So that looks good. What I'm gonna change here is the way I'm gonna set up another one. So go to ground, because we want a pathway here, so a different material, and then this is just green. So that's how I'm gonna do that. Edit, and then here I just want the green right here, and then I'm gonna duplicate this. Floor 7, and then a different grass. So we have a plant here. I'm gonna use that instead. And then we could add, so here this will be 2, and then add the 7. And then we have 2 different materials, and then this will be a walkway there. So I want this one to be all green and a walkway there. So that's looking good. And then we need to add our gate. So let's go to ground again. Select this one, CS, and then add the gate right here. So don't worry, we're going to align everything. Let's align this one right here, and then just move it like that. And then in terms of the ground, we could just nudge it in place like that, AL. And then we could go to our south elevation and then here, or let's go back to the ground, and then SL. So we're gonna split. So I'm gonna split it here, and then let's split another one right here, and then we could remove this wall, and then this one, and then we have this kind of situation right here. So in terms of this one, go to south elevation. I'm gonna select this. We could edit the profile. What I'm gonna do is, and I'm gonna put some opening right here, and then SL, and then here we're going to add in some metal, so metal gate, and also right here as well, it's already open, so we're going to add a metal gate. So now we have this opening right here. We could actually create a model in place, generic model. So I'm just gonna select extrusion and then set this one. So I'm gonna pick a plane. I'm gonna select this plane where I created the opening, and then here I'm gonna change the material first. I'm gonna choose one of the metals. So I'm gonna use this for now. Apply OK. And then here I could just add this one. So I'm gonna make it 50. And then we could select this one. So we need to click finish first for this, and then after that we could use array. So for now I'm going to go to my 3D, and we could just pull this one up like that, and then use array, and then go to the last, and then the number that you want. So for me, I'm gonna put 16, and then I'm gonna grab it from here in the midpoint to right here, and it will create a 16. So it will divide it by 16 and the spacing as well. And then let's look at it at 3D. So it looks like this. We could actually add more if we want to. If for some reason we want to add more, just put it right here. And that's how easy it is to add more of this. We could put 26. And it will deal with the spacing right there as well. So go back to south. So in terms of the gate, what we could do is we could use model in place again, generic model, and then this will be, I'm gonna choose this wall right here, and then another metal material. I'm just gonna use this, apply, OK, and let's just add this one right here, and then use offset 50. I want to be consistent with the other thickness, and then here, and then now let's just add a simple opening right here. Remove this. I want to remove the offset. 0, enter, and then we could just add this one. The error is because of this, so we just need to remove that. And then now we could just add the same thing. So what I'm gonna do is I think it's easier if I just delete this for now. I'm going to create the frames on all of this. And then once I create the frame, I'm gonna add the vertical part. So I'm just going to go 3D, extrude it on this side. Just making it big enough, and then after that I'm gonna go to the ground elevation, and then we're going to create that one, the separations. Extrusion, I'm gonna do this first, so I'm gonna set, I'm gonna put it there, and then I'm gonna create my, so I'm gonna put 20, and then click finish, and then once it's finished, I'm gonna use array, grab it to last, and then change this to maybe 16 again. So we could put 20 at least, or let's make this one 30. Click finish, and let's look at it at 3D. Then we just need to pull it up. We could just edit this for now. And then we could edit group. And then just align it at the top. Click finish, and it will align everything at the top as well. And then let's do another one. So I'm gonna click finish first, and then just edit it again. Go to ground again. Create extrusion. And then we need to set this one. Same. And then create. And then add the same thing. Same look. Same width, so that's 20, and then click finish before we do array again. Let's set up the height, so we don't need to do it again. Click on that, and then go back to ground, select that, click on array. We could put 40, and then here grab this one and put it at the end. And then as you can see, so let's grab this, let's make this one 60. Maybe, okay, so let's try this. I'm gonna put 60 first. Set finish. Some of the identical geometry preference might be improved by using a nested family array. I'm just gonna do that for now, and then we could just edit, so it's easier to do that. Let's make it 100, and then that looks much better, and then it is the same look as this. Edit this one. Let's put this one at 40, and then click finish. And then before we finish, I'm just going to add a model text. I could put in 11, and then set this one, pick a plane, set this one right here, and then we'll put it right here for now, and then we edit this one afterwards. Edit, duplicate, number, house number, and then we could just change this to probably 100, and then the extrusion part is 50, and then just put it right there, and then material, change it to a metal material. Click apply. Okay, so we're gonna stop here for now and continue on the next video. Thank you for watching, and I hope you liked the video. Please hit like and subscribe. Feel free to comment down below. Hi everyone, welcome back to my channel. In today's video, we're gonna continue working on part 13 of this house build. Let's get started. So in the previous video, we were able to add in the gate, and then at the backyard, we added the pool, and then we have the deck as well. Now we're gonna continue working on this. What I'm gonna do is to add some roads. So the road, and then the side here. So we're going to use the same grass, so floor number 3, around this area. So here I'm just going to add, probably going to add it right about here, and then also right here. And then I'm just going to add one right here, and then let's trim this one. So once we trim this, we could remove this and then trim this one as well. So now I'm just going to extend this so that we have some room. Once we add, or once we send this one to Twinmotion, we have enough area to work on. So here, let's just extend this and click on finish, and then again let's select this, or let's just click on the floor, edit type, duplicate. This will be number 8 now, and then let's change the material here. So let's add in the concrete, and then I'm gonna add one of the concrete right here. Click apply, okay, and then here I'm just going to extend this again. And then let's click on finish, and let's look at it at 3D. So it's looking like this. What I'm gonna do is I'm going to add in a 3D view. So for now, let's go to ground, and then go drop down here and under 3D view, and then click on camera, and let's just take a picture of this with that view range. And then here, let's change this to fine, and then we could put realistic. And then what I'm gonna do is I'm going actually to change this graphically. I'm going to put on hidden line, and then here under background I wanted gradient, and then cast shadow, and then ambient shadow. Click on finish, and then here we could just go to view and then render, and then we're just going to add a draft, and then here just click on render. So once we're good, save to project, and then I'm going to export as well. I'm just gonna save it to the same Revit file, and then after this we could actually go to manage and then make this our starting view. So I'm gonna click starting view, and then here I'm gonna use this image. This is named view number 1, because if you see here under 3D view, this is 3D view number 1. So now after this, we are actually ready to create some sheets. So I'm gonna click on new sheet. A0 is already loaded here, but if you need more, we have different title blocks here. We have A0 up to A4 metric, so it's up to you if which one do you want. I'm satisfied with A0 already, so I'm just gonna click on OK. It basically create another sheet, and then if you notice A101, once we create another one, it just gonna keeps on adding the sequence. So it will be number 2 next, and then so on and so forth. I'll probably just add maybe 5 for now. And then here you can actually, I'm going to double click here. You can actually change the name right here and then the number if you want to. I'm just gonna call this cover sheet, and then press OK. You can actually add in the renderings that we created. The only issue in this is you cannot scale it. So even though we have those 3D views, they are not scalable. So what we can do is go to insert, and then we need to import the image that we just created, the one that we export. Here I have the exported image, and then click on open, and then I'm gonna select it here, and then here I could grab it. And then here we could add in our drawing list. So what we could do is we could go in here under schedule, new sheet list, and then here I'm going to add in the sheet number and then the sheet name, and then we could just press OK. And then here we have our sheet list. So I'm gonna go back to the cover sheet, and then we could just drag it from here. So we could extend this and extend this as well. And then once we keep on changing this, the naming, this will change as well. So here, for example, this will be first floor. So we have first floor there. You can also go to the specific, so we need to go A103. If you go there, you can change the name here as well. So this will be second floor. So there's multiple ways of changing the names. And then here we have elevation, and then another elevation. So once we're done with this, as you can see, this one was changed as well. So everything is automatic here. Now, if you go to first floor, we need to drag and drop the first floor as well. So here, once we grab it here, we'll be able to add in level 1. But as you can see, this is too big. So actually it's small, but it is too big, and it's showing all the text. So now what we can do is we could change the scale right here. So I'm gonna change it to 1:50, and then here we could go over here under properties, uncheck all of them, check all of them, apply, and then you'll be able to grab this one, and then we could change whatever we can show here. So here I just wanted to show right here, even if this is the only thing you can show. As you can see, the grid line always stays. I just want to showcase this one. So now once we go back to first floor, we could grab it here, and then now it's a lot bigger, but we organize, or we make this one much better in looks. Now you want to change this or move this. Make sure to click escape first, select this one first, and then here you could change it here. And then you need to select this again, and in order for this one to be dragged. And if you notice, level 1 is the one that is the name here. I want to change only the name but not right here. So to do that, you need to go to press escape, and then here you need to select this, and then this is the view name, which is level 1. You just want it on the title of the sheet. So here we could put first floor, and then click apply. And then after that, sorry, here should be here. So title on sheet, first floor, and then click apply. Select that. Click here first on the side, and then click apply. So some it's not actually, even though if you press enter, it's not gonna register. So you need to click on the other side first and then click apply. So that's something that needs to be addressed probably by Autodesk, because sometimes even though if you put it, it's not even working. So here I'm gonna go to second floor, and then I'm going to go to level 2 first. We can fix this alt first before we drag and drop. And if we do that, it's much better in terms of changing or editing some stuff. So here I usually uncheck this afterwards, and then go back here on second floor, and then once I drag it here, as you can see, it's easy to manipulate. I just need to select here, and then move this one, and then select this again, and then second floor, and then click here on the side, and then click apply. Select here in the view, and so that we could just extend the line. So now in terms of elevation, we're gonna do the same. We need to test this one first. I believe this is too small. So let's go to ease elevation, change this to 1:50, check all of this, click apply, and then here drag it, and then uncheck it in the middle. Let's go to north elevation, do the same thing, check all of this, and then just move this view. Uncheck this. If we want to change the look, what we could do is go to graphic display, and then do the same thing as we did, gradient, and then here cast in shadow. Click apply, and it will look like the same thing as we did in the 3D cover sheet, cover image. So here background, change this to gradient, and then cast in the shadow and ambient shadow. So now keep on changing this, select those, grab it here again, and then go to graphic display, check all of this, and go to background, and then put it into gradient and press OK, and then apply. And then lastly here, scale it first, 1:50, go under properties, click apply, crop this view. Once you crop the view, uncheck this, crop region visible, go here, go to graphic display option, turn on the shadow and then the background to gradient, and then click apply. Now we just need to go here and drag and drop all of this. And then here as well, drag and drop. Another thing that we need to do is go to level 1 and let's add in room tags. So here, click on room, and then as you can see, we need to room separate all of them. So here I will have the kitchen first. I'm gonna add this, and then here storage, powder room, and then here if we add this one, this will be an error. So in order to fix that, so let's fix it by adding room separator. So select this one, we need to separate this one, and then here room separate this. We can room separate the one right here. So kitchen, we can separate this stair, and then here we can room separate. This will be living, and then this will be foyer. So now once we select here, as you can see, you'll be able to select more rooms, and then here we could just add backyard here, and then foyer, powder room. Here is the laundry, and then here is pantry, stairs, this is living, kitchen, and dining. And then let's go to level 2 and then add in this one. Same thing, we have ensuite right here, we have this one as corridor, and then we have ensuite right here. The only room separator that we need to do is here. This one is the walk-in closet. So here w.i.ci, this is masters, and suite 1, this is and suite 2, this is bedroom number 2, and then here 3, and then 4. And in terms of ensuite, let's just copy this. This will be number 3, and this one is number 4. And then this is the corridor. So I believe That's good that we were able to tag everything, room tag all of them, and then now we want to print everything. So let's save this first and then go here. You need to select here and then go back here because you want to combine them with one single file. If you want this, it will be separated individually. So here, select this one, go uncheck views and only check all of this. Press OK, no, and then press OK. And then you just need to wait. And then let's just save this here. And then we could double check the look. And as you can see, this looks nice. And we have everything. So we're gonna stop here for now and continue on the next video. Thank you for watching and hope you liked the video. Please hit like and subscribe. Feel free to comment down below. Hi everyone, welcome back to my channel. In today's video, we're going to continue working on part 14 of this house build. Let's get started. So in the last video, we were able to finish this up. Now we're ready to actually put it to Twinmotion. So before we do that, you will need to put it in Fine. Make this hidden. Click on Save, and then after we save, go to your Twinmotion plugin and see in Twinmotion. It will try and transfer data and synchronize. So we just need to wait for this. Give it some time. Okay, so once you finish synchronizing, it will ask you to, if it's an existing or a new project, just click on new project. And then here I'm just clicking on the ground and then I'm just dropping it down a little bit. So now this is the look of our project. And then now we're going to start adding some finishes or materials. So here I'm gonna click on material onto the left side, and then here we could click on glass, click on two-sided, and then let's drop it in the window, opacity up, and I usually put it in a darker finish. And then let's not forget to sign in first. Go to your burger menu and then sign in so that we could use Quixel Megascan and some of other Twinmotion features. So now I'm just going to save this. So just save it to the location that you want. And then once you save it, we can instantly add more materials. I'm gonna go to I'm looking for metal here, and then what I'm gonna add is those metal panels. So I'm gonna add one of those. I'm gonna add this. Probably going to change the material to a darker material and then scale it up. So that's our metal material. And then here I'm going to change this and then put this one to around grayish materials like that. And then here, this one, let's put all panel material. And then this one, I'm gonna scale it up and make this one darker. So here we could make this one a little bit so I kind of like the way it looks. And then we could add in a wood finish there. And then this one will have the same finish as this one. So that looks nice. And then obviously we're going to change this. I kinda like adding this one. And then we need to fix this part, because I don't like this one to be like showing. Or instead of that, I'm gonna put in concrete. So I believe concrete will be nicer in that. So we could go back here, concrete. Let's add in a nice pattern concrete. So I'm just looking for the perfect concrete, the one with texture. And then let's scale it up. So concrete metal, and then we haven't forgotten the wood yet, so we're gonna add that as well. This one will be, we can extend this actually all around here, so I'm gonna do that as well. Yeah, let's do that as well. And then in terms of how black it is, and then let's remove this one right here, just connect it, because I don't want the look. And then in terms of wood material, let's go here. Let's add this one. And then in terms of the one in the ceiling, I'm gonna use this. So we have a different finish. This is more like a plank. And then this one as well. So that looks nice. We're just going to save this and go back to Revit so that we could fix some of this. So I'm gonna click on this one, and then here I could edit this first. Edit this, sweep, pick path, and then here we're going to extend this, and then let's make sure this one doesn't overlap, and then we're going to trim this, and then this one, let's just pull it up like so. Click finish, and then finish. And then this one, let's pull this one back. Use align to just align it through face so that we know that everything is good. And then why not add the same look right here? So I'm gonna do is I'm gonna use this as my metal stud layer. So Control C and then edit the sweep. I just want to know the profile so that it looks the same. So it's around 100, and then the thickness is 30, 35, and 35. So I'm gonna do the same thing. Metal stud layer again, and then create the sweep. Pick right here all the way down, and then let's just pull this one like so. Click on finish, edit profile, and then here let's just add the profile. We need 100, and then we need another one of this. 30 thickness, and then 35. And then delete this, and then SL, and then trim again. Click finish, and then finish. Save this, and then send it back to Twinmotion. So now everything is looking like that. That looks nice. I like how it looks. Everything looks proper here. Select this one. This is the default, so I'm just gonna go back here, select the railing, edit, and then we just need to add the material right here. So I just need to add material. I cannot see which one. Railing angle joint, top rail, this one, type, edit, and then right here is the material. And then let's just add a metal material, something different. So like that. Apply, OK. Apply, OK. And then save it again and try to see in Twinmotion. So now we can set this up. But the railing again, we haven't. So I'm just going to take care of that later on. I just want to change this to black. I'm probably going to add this one as black as well, and then this one should be, make it black. So nice black finish. I want to put concrete here as well, So let's go here, concrete, anything that is rough. So let's just add that, a rough concrete, and then here we could check our aluminum reflection setting, metalness on. So we just need to do that on this one. So we kind of mix everything right here. I like the way that we change some of the okay, so right now we just need to make this one a water material. Let's just add water right here, and then in terms of tiles, we have some tiles right here. You can use this. And then we just need to pull down the ground more so that we could see this one properly. And then here we could select this and then just make the reflection and then make it gray and then turn on metalness. So we can make it grayish like that. And then here this is plant, and then we could add in a different materials here. So ground, man-made, and we have something right here that we could use. Just something different. And then here we could add in another wood material. So here let's add this, not this one, so maybe this one, and then scale it a bit more to a plank. So that's looking good. We might scale this more. And then let's add in the materials for this one. This one should be black, reflection a little bit, and then here turn on this one. And then in terms of this one, the glass, let's use neon so that it reflects light. And then obviously we're still going to add lights there. I'm going to add the ground again here for the outside. So we need, I'm gonna use this. I like this one. And then here for the concrete right here, we could just add something like that. So this is looking good. I like the shade of gray, dark gray right here, and then the paneling and everything. That looks nice. So now, I'm just gonna set up the settings right here. Go to camera, turn on parallelism, visual effects. Let's put it in blue tint. And then let's take care of this later on. In terms of background, go to location, and then background, turn this to none. And then here we could turn on the environment, backdrop HDR, so here you can click more. You can change the offset of this one. So that looks good. Let's add in the light. So I'm gonna use spotlight right here. Change my speed to number 3 only. That was too fast when it was on 4. I'll make it 2 instead, so that this one is movable. I'm moving it to the location, and then after that to the height. And then here I'm just going to put this one to 5, and then color, something like that would be good enough. And then hold on shift, drag it right here. I believe we put 0.8, and then I think 5, and then exactly in the location. Let's add more at the bottom. So we need to add right here as well. So I'm gonna put in the same thing. Spotlight. And then here, this is only 3 more. Change this to 5 again. Lower it down around 3000, and then hold shift, and then 0.8 again, and then this one 3 more. So that's good. And then maybe we could just use this, and then just add this one. We could just delete this, and then delete this. We could just add this one first. Just adding it right there. Hold on shift. Add this one again. I believe this is 1 meter, and there is 1, 2, 3, 4 of them. Then just add 4. Then there you go. Let's add this one. So hold on control and then click on this one just to add it, so that we could just add it on all of them, and then this one as well. And then just keep on adding. we still have some right here. So there's only 6 that we need to add. I'm gonna add this one, then 2, and then after that we're just going to add it again right about here. So I'm happy with that. I'm happy with what we accomplish here. And then in the next video we're gonna continue working on this. We're gonna add in the grass and then some trees and some backgrounds. So thank you for watching, and I hope you liked the video. Please hit like and subscribe. Feel free to comment down below. Hi everyone, welcome back to my channel. In today's video we're gonna continue working on part 15 of this house build. Let's get started. So in the previous video we were able to put it from Revit to Twinmotion. Now we're gonna continue working on this. As you can see, we already added some of the materials. First thing first, I want to rotate the sunlight here. So I want to at least have this faded show of light here. I like to grease it somewhat. So something like this is good. I like the way it bounces. And then now we could add in some grass. So what I'm gonna do here is go back here, go to settings, and then there's 2 ways where you could add some grass. It's either vegetation scatter, so here you go to context, vegetation scatter and vegetation paint. For the vegetation paint, I think the best way is to isolate the floor where the grass is. If you use vegetation scatter, we just need to click on it. So here I'm gonna select this, and then I'm gonna click on scatter, and then once we select here, it will keep on adding to this part only. The problem with this is you cannot basically there's no way that you can actually control what you're adding. So here, as you can see, this is overlapping, and then here as well, if you can see, overlaps, and then we need to clean those up. Here I'm just adding it. I want to make sure that everything is covered, and as you can see, it will cover everything that it's in there. But here, as you can see, I just want to add this, and then we need to clean up some of the edges there. So it's really fast to add grass, but it's not something that you can control on, especially when you're just clicking and then it's overlapping. That's why I use the other tool, vegetation paint, where I isolate this one as well. So now here I'm just going to add some grass here. So let's go here, detailed grass. Here, as you can see, I'm just adding the grass. So I'm adding it manually to this one, so that I don't need to use vegetation scatter. So I know this is a pain, but I just want to control it. And then I want to change this material as well. And then at the same time, so here I want stone. Let's use stone. And then this one. And I want it to make it darker a little. And then let's add in some trees. So I just want to put something here. There we go. And then here I want to add something really small, just to show that there is some plants. So I just want to manually add it there, and then just over and then rotate it a little bit. There we go. So nothing is sticking too much. So like that trees there. We can now use vegetation scatter or vegetation paint to add in more of this. So I'm just adding things that I can see that looks nice. And then here I'm gonna select all of them, put up the density, and then now select this one to add it with the background. For the guava, I don't like the guava tree. I don't like it. So just trees for me. And then I like the background. We just need to add more trees, so you can hold on trees and we could add it manually. So hold on control buttons one year, selecting those trees, and then we could just add those trees manually, like so. So it will randomly change for you. And then once you finish that, we can add in some trees that are noticeable, and then trees that are small enough on the side, and then trees like this. That are huge. And yes, I kinda like that. Let's add in some cars right here. So I'm just gonna add in something like this and then rotate it 90. This one looks nice. I like the way it looks. And then we added some lights there. Let's add in a car at the side there. And then let's add some motorbikes right here. And some bike. So I'm happy with that. We can add something right here outside. Some outside tables and chair. Something quick that we could add. Office, backyard tables. Something like that. This one we could just add quickly. Delete that and then just add just one on each side, just to have something like that. And then maybe a table. I could add this table. Then add it right here in the middle. So that's looking good. I like the way that it looks. And then to add more, right here is we can add some curtain. So here I'm just going to add curtain. Then let's rotate this. Then just add it on each side, like so. And maybe we could add it on the other side as well. And we could add it just right here. Just moving it on the other side so that you're still seeing something there. Don't forget to keep on saving. And then Next thing is, so I just noticed that this one's it's overlapping, so we need to go here and make it smaller. We need to see what's below. Pull it up. I think that's the perfect height, so we could just delete this and delete this one as well. So now you could just select this and then drag it, and then drag it again on the other side so that we could have it. Okay, that's good enough. Then now what we could do is we could click on media. We can turn this off now, and then click on image, and then basically we're creating our image. Here is our image. We could add this one like that. And then just a perfect shot. And then here it's already finished like that. Full HD. Now we can make it 4K. So we're changing the format, and then here rendering, turn it on. So turn it on like that. We could see a faster one. So just change this to low. We just want to see how it looks first, and then view this first, like so. I'm just fixing the framing. So I could go back here and then just reset so that I'm gonna turn that off again, and then here once I turn this on I could change the exposure, white balance, ambient, sun intensity around 2, this one around 1, and then here in camera, visual effects, contrast, and then saturation. So around 37 and 39 right here. Then go back again to the image and then refresh it so that it registers everything. And then once we're ready, what we can do is before that actually we could add in some lights here if we want to, but it's still looking good at the moment. So now I'm just going to undo that, select this one, still in the same look, and then here we could just do it like this, and then create another one, and then here let's create another one. Put it to number 2 so that then change it again. I want to make this one nice. And then refresh that. So this one, I'm just going to move this one a little bit right there. So now going back here, we just need to turn this on and change it to high on all of them. And then this one as well, turn this to high. So we're done with the images. I'm happy with this. Just keep on refreshing so that it recognize. So I made a mistake here, so it needs to be refreshed right here, or else it will change it to the other. In terms of this one, I'm gonna create another copy, same thing, but I'm gonna change this more, and I'm going to change the weather. Select this, then refresh it again. And then probably maybe one more, but raining. Select this one, weather, pull this one back again so that everything is fast, undo that. This one, let's change the light, and then save this. Let's change this one like that. Different view, and then turn this on. So all of them has different views except for this one and that one. At least 5 images. So save this again. So now I'm gonna quit media mode, and then here let's start adding or creating the video. So here I'm gonna create one video first. it will look like this to start. I'm gonna move this one right here, refresh this, and then move forward. I'm gonna move this one on the left side and then move forward. So that's our keyframe. I could just change this to 6 seconds, and then if you review it, it will look like this. And then now another way is going here, another video part, so new video part, and then going front. That's 3. This way, go front. Three seconds. So now if we check this one is slow. We can make that fast. And then after that, I want a whole circle here. So I'm gonna click this. In the middle again, another keyframe, and then another keyframe right here. If we see this, 10 seconds is too much, I believe. So let's make it 8. So that's good. And then here, we could have this one like that. And then fast like that. I want to frame it better. This one should be around 5. Let's change this one to 5 as well. So now after that, we could add this look. Going front or going here. And then this one, another 3 seconds. Like this. And then we could put 3 again. Make it 4. That's too fast. And then here I want from below to up. And then that's 4 again. Won't play this, but I don't like the keyframe. I want to center it more and go up. Now I'm exiting this one. Gonna create a shot right here, 2 seconds, and then 2 seconds right here. And then now I'm just going to go back. And then that's 4 seconds. And then after that, I'm going to duplicate this, rename it, show reel, and then the other one, rename it. This will be shorts, and then click on more, change the format. I want this to be 1000 over 700. So that's the format for the short, and I just need to review it. So usually I review this. So now I'm seeing that it's too far. I just want it to be like this to right here. This one's good. This one is good. This one is okay as well. This shot probably, I'm gonna delete this. Delete. This shot, we could probably make it like that instead, so that it's a lot nearer. And this one is fine. This one is good as well. Maybe the last one right here, or a lot near, and then go outside like that. So I'm happy with this, and thank you for watching, and hope you liked the video. Please hit like and subscribe. Feel free to comment down below.